¿No están proyectando la sala? Estoy mirando. Bueno. Están proyectando. Exacto. Está el video. Ya. Buenos días a todas y todos. Good morning all. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today and participating in this meeting on the organized by ECLAC and the BMZGIZ on opportunities for advancing inclusive, sustainable, and intelligent cities. We hope to have very fruitful conversations and discussions on the topic at hand. And we have over 130 people connected following us live. Welcome. And if you're following us on the ECLAC web, please click on the title of the session that will take you to the YouTube channel where there is a chat box open where you can send questions and comments that we will be collecting throughout the day and tomorrow in order to hand them to the speakers in order for you to participate during the session. So thank you to all of you who are connected. And again, please click on the YouTube channel so that you can participate through the chat box. We would now like to begin with this meeting on inclusive, sustainable, intelligent cities. I'd like to offer the floor to Luis Yanez, Secretary of the Commission at ECLAC, for some opening remarks. Good morning, representatives of the government. Karina Kosel, Regional Director, Resident Director for Argentina, Chile, and Peru of the GIZ. Carlos Miguel for the Human Settlements Division and Natural Resources Division. Manfred, Diego, colleagues. It is a pleasure and an honor to welcome you to ECLAC for this event with which we are concluding the activities of the second phase of the project, Inclusive, Sustainable, and Intelligent Cities of the ECLAC BMZ-GIZ Cooperation Program. In the first place, I'd like to offer our most sincere thanks to the German cooperation for their invaluable cooperation during the 2022 to 24 period. This has been the result of a long history of common work with sustainable development and innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean. We find ourselves at a crossroads to reach sustainable development and to fight climate change. The challenges of our region, faced by our region with decades of low growth, stagnation of income, and specialization of economic activities with high economic environmental impact, requires innovation so that we can work with dynamic sectors that can address the social, environmental, and economic gaps that affect our countries. In these sectors that are of special interest to us, we have the transition towards electromobility, the need to reduce this dependence on fossil fuels, which represents a true and unique opportunity to improve the quality of life of our cities, reduce inequalities, implement structural changes in urban mobility, and to offer to drive the development sector. Public electromobility has set the basis for, in the second phase, to delve into the technical assistance and recommendation of public policies to local and national governments. Amongst the topics that we will be addressing will be the integration of the mobility agenda and urban planning, considering the co-benefits generated by investors in public transport, the possibility of a more useful use of urban development and soil, with the generation of additional income for the operators of transportation, of the transportation sector. We will be hearing from Bogotá, São Paulo, and San Jose. These will be contrasted in the first panel on local governments, and we will be hearing from the different partners that will be participating, and we welcome them. We will also be hearing about the circular economy in the region, considering the need to establish national and sectorial policies, including building instruments and governance. We're truly convinced that the energy transition of urban mobility is an opportunity for productive development that cannot be ignored. For this, we have analyzed the perspectives of the electromobility industry in urban settings with electric buses. Allow me to mention a few of the activities that we've carried out during the project. We've had dialogue sessions with the operators and producers at the Superintendency of Sao Paulo, Brazil, and in one of the new projects with the German cooperation, we will be supporting the the project of electromobility with electric buses. We have studied the need for electric networks necessary to host this electromobility. We have a scenario from Costa Rica where we see that there will be a need for additional investment to improve the urban electric network in order to meet the decarbonization goals. Colombia, for example, has seen a system based on geographic modeling to model the flow of electric vehicles and to better understand the electric highways from Bogota to Cali. This is necessary for the energy transition. As you can see, the impacts and benefits include a required technical analysis and reorienting public policies towards a more inclusive, sustainable, and developed city. We hope to have a more positive impact with these projects, and we will be hearing from all our panelists about their cases. It is not enough to simply develop diagnosis of what the situation is. We need to place more attention on the how, on looking at public policies, institutional capacities, technical, political, and prospective efforts that are necessary for this. The closing of this project is by no means the end of our efforts. We are committed to continue working together for a more inclusive, sustainable future and with a circular economy in our region. We would again like to thank our German partners for this wonderful project. Thank you. Thank you, Luis. We'd like to offer the floor to the Ambassador of Germany in Chile, Ms. Irmgard Maria Fellner. Authorities, dear participants, I would like to wish you a very good morning. As Ambassador of Germany in Chile, it's an honor to welcome you to the closing session of the CC projects, Inclusive, Sustainable, and Intelligent Cities, within the framework of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a matter of pride for us to name the CC project as one of the successful examples of the strategic alliance between ECLAC and Germany. Germany and ECLAC are fully committed to supporting the efforts of Latin America and the Caribbean countries in the search for a sustainable, inclusive, and productive development model. The objective is to reduce inequalities in all its dimensions and to promote greater equality through social and productive inclusion. Of course, this is in line with the objectives of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The CC project has focused on strengthening the technical conditions and institutional conditions to promote this change in the region, following the approach for sustainability. This concept of this great drive was born here in ECLAC and it reflects the interests of ECLAC and the German cooperation. Under the CC project, there was a promotion of public policies with the objective of achieving a progressive structural change for a greener and more inclusive development. Through CC, we have also applied the concept of this great drive with a fair and green approach. It is an opportunity for local development in the region. It has shown that the new transportation technologies will help improve public transportation to reduce inequalities, also having an impact on emission reduction in different areas. A good example of this is implemented under the CC project is this great drive and how it is applied to public transportation in Brazil. It serves as a model for the other countries in the region. ECLAC activities have supported the development of a national electromobility plan in Brazil, addressing the challenge of electrifying the public transport network with cleaner energy. More examples will be presented during this meeting. We will have the participation of national and local authorities that will be sharing their experiences in regards to the technical assistance provided in countries such as Chile, Brazil, Costa Rica, others. The idea is to further enrich our debate and to contribute to building more inclusive and sustainable cities. Today, we hope to share experiences and good practices as a great example of our cooperation and to shed some light on a very important topic for both of our regions as well as for the future of our planet. It is time to contribute to global decarbonization and to a fair transition. Ladies and gentlemen, this strategic partnership between ECLAC and Germany has been built and continues to grow by means of good practices, mutual learning, and a relationship of trust. Competencies and political commitment of ECLAC and Germany will continue to supplement each other in favor of more fair and sustainable policies. I would like to wish you all a fruitful and interesting debate. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la embajadora de Alemania en Chile.
Thank you to the ambassador of Germany in Chile. I would also like to request that anyone connecting to the streaming, you can click at the top right-hand corner on the YouTube link in order to follow us on that channel so that you can make comments and questions in the chat box. We have interpreting in English and Spanish also on the streaming. You can select the language at the bottom of the screen, both on the ECLAC streaming as well as in the YouTube channel. We will now continue with the first document. We will be hearing from Carlos de Miguel, Director of the Sustainable Development and Human Settlements Division at ECLAC. Thank you, Fiona. Thank you all, and good afternoon if some of you are following us in other parts of the planet. The objective of the presentation is to comment on what is underlying in the concept of this big push, environmental big push, and some of the actions that have taken place within the project in the last few years. And it is, of course, quite comprehensive, but there's a few documents that address all of the aspects that have been mentioned by Luis Yañez and by Ambassador Fellner. The document is available, and of course, you can follow and read it in detail.
we mentioned joint actions and coordinated policies, and that is what this great environmental push is about. The document is nourished by the structural change traditional attack, but adding some important aspects and also irrelevant global aspects. The first has to do that we must face climate change, meet the sustainable development goals, and so therefore we had to integrate the different aspects of sustainability in a vision of structural change. And for that, what we need is, of course, to address all policies comprehensively and adding the aims in each. That means changing policies, incentives, and of course, adopting or including all players in that discussion. And so therefore, a few years back, the concept of the great environmental push was addressed as a way of directing investment and addressing all of these efforts that I mentioned, regulatory, economic instruments, policies, in order to address the investments in certain activities that generated environmental sustainability, but also greater productivity, economic growth, and of course, social inclusion. And so that is what was called the Great Environmental Push. And so this was also nourished by another concept or methodological approach that has to do with the three-gap approach. And that approach meant that you need to analyze what we are still short of doing from the economic viewpoint, from the social viewpoint, from the environmental viewpoint. And in simple terms, we analyzed how much we needed to grow to overcome poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean. How? Well, with transfers towards the sort of life income, so that by the year 2030, which is the SDG aim, to reach zero poverty. And I recall that it was about 2% that was left, which is marginal poverty, very difficult to address. And that meant that to achieve that, we needed to grow in Latin America at a rate of 4%. And I will tell you at the end what it is that we're really growing in Latin America. Now, if you take a look at the history of Latin America in recent several decades back, basically the history is of cyclical crises, many of these associated to macroeconomic imbalances, domestic, related to fiscal budgets and the budget balances, and external related to the balance of payments. And this meant that given our dependence on natural resources, which is an essential component of our exports, and the dependence on imports, in many cases, manufactured good. Although the region is heterogeneous, we had growth rates that allowed us to balance our external accounts. And that is the component growth limits due to external equilibrium. And of course, the rates depend on what the world grows. If the world grows a lot and imports are a lot of our products, we have a margin to import also. And this is related to a factor between the elasticity of the imports and the exports and the growth differentials and our potential of economic growth given the economic structures of the country. And so depending on the country, when these calculations were made, was 1.4 to 2.6%. Rates similar to what historically the countries of Latin America are growing. So what was the gap approach indicating? That what we were doing economically would not allow us to grow at the necessary rate in order to address our inequality and poverty issues. And there we get into the environmental discussion. So what should we do? What is our rate of growth if we want to meet the Paris Accord targets that obliges us to reduce emissions by a certain percentage so as not to exceed the 1.5 or 2 degrees. And basically that is done via national voluntary contributions that the countries do and should reduce emissions to a rate, and this implies structural changes in the way of doing things, both in terms of consumption as well as production. And when we analyze the commitments made by Latin America and the decarbonization rate of countries, if we do not change the structure, we need to grow at 1.2%, which this means that we're not able to grow sufficiently to overcome poverty, and also maybe we're growing too much for the climate targets. But at ECLAC, we cannot wager in favor of not growing. In fact, we need to wager in favor of growing with productivity, with inclusion and sustainability. And so therefore, there lies the discussion behind the big push. How are we able to achieve rates of growth that will allow us to include population, remove or overcome poverty, but be compatible with our climate aims? And this means that we need to wager in favor of certain sectors. And mobility, and of course, this push is related to inclusive, sustainable, and smart cities. And this is an aspect, one of the projects that have allowed us to, in certain sectors, analyze how we could generate these transformations. And so, based on that, we analyze the characteristics and then focusing on mobility, that will later I will address other sectors. What we saw in this project was that one of the important aspects of mobility has precisely to do with mobility, and electromobility is one part of that. The ECLAC wager is in favor of public mobility, sustainable, and the different modes of transport that may nourish the transport needs in a city. And so electromobility is one element that we will also mention. And so what we saw throughout the project is that public transport, precisely on account of the system of incentives in Latin America and a good part of the planet, are losing comparative advantages with in favor of private transport. And this means that the cost increase, people move on to private transport, and so everyone's travel time increases. And this leads to heavy traffic. And this has a correlation not only in terms of the loss of economic productivity, but also an increase in local emissions, because there are additional combustion processes, and this leads to greater local and global pollution. Oh, the other thing is that urban transport and mobility is essential for social inclusion. If people have good transport, they get to the job quickly, and also they lose less time, because the opportunity cost lies in their free time. And the lower income population spend most considerably in terms of transport costs. And this affects their budget balance as the domestic economy. So what we need is to have a more efficient public transport, but also what in certain places was mentioned, the 15-minute city, that everyone is closer to all of our needs in order to dedicate less time to transport. And the other thing that has been analyzed, and that is very important, is the difference of the people who use a transport. This public transport is not the same for a man or a woman or an elderly person or an adult or a child. And in fact, very good projections of how this was evolving, the demand by the transport population, and also in our gender division, because for women and certain age groups especially, it is more complicated to use transport, more complicated in certain conditions, and opportunity cost is higher on account of security, certain timetables. The other interesting thing is to see how the demographic trends have changed. And it's interesting to see how in Latin America there is an imminently urban population with megacities. The rate of growth of the population in megacities is dropping. It continues to grow, but at a declining rate. And which this means that the transport needs increase and also the distances increase. But that the future demands associated to how the population has evolved will change, based changes in terms of age and also between men and women. So all of these studies that are summed up in this document, you can also see them in the specific studies. And then transport is not only a social issue and gender equality, because depending on the quality, it affects more certain groups. And as I said, women, but also it has environmental, productive, and economic aspects that are very relevant. I'm sure that you all remember in Chile when Santiago, well, it's still highly polluted, but it used to be one of the most polluted cities in the planet, together with Sao Paulo in Mexico. And then decontamination plans began. And they had a lot to do with changes in the combustion systems, not only from the fixed sources, but also particularly the mobile sources. And a lot of the transformation elements had to do with the transformation of buses, also transport lanes and paving for particulate material, but also the quality of the fuel and of the vehicles. And so therefore transport was one of the core elements in ensuring that the local air pollution should come down. And this increases people's life quality a lot, because there are many estimates of the impact on mortality and morbidity caused by this in the cities of Latin America. Well, and also in addition to that, people die. But there is a productivity effect that is very relevant. And so then, from the productive viewpoint, when we speak of transport, there are several fundamental aspects. One would be to change the system of mobility and, of course, give priority to exclusive lanes and different public transport mechanisms. But in the region, that would mean importing, regardless of whether it is public or private, or it is combustion vehicles, electrical, because our countries depend on vehicle transport on imported transport vehicles. We can see this in the public transport buses. The great majority or all are imported from abroad. A very high percentage from China. That's not necessarily bad, because the lower cost and the better quality these vehicles are, all the better for Latin America. But what we were pursuing with this project and at ECLAC is that the vehicles should be produced in the region and lead to productive change in the region, and making the most of existing connections, not only downstream and upstream. And I say downstream, I mean the transport sector has many aspects entailed, because they combine with many other productive sectors that produce their inputs. But in Latin America, we also have many strategic mining operations to make lithium batteries and so on. And so, making the use of the increase in demand for public and private vehicles, that this should become a regional industry. And at least, if not an endogenous regional industry, that we should have in the region producers of the industry to create jobs. So a lot of analysis is done in relation to this project, and that analyze the possibility of having these productive chains of public, private transport, electromobility, critical ores and components. And then upstream, there are two important studies. One has to do with the speed and transformation times. What we want is electrical buses or cars, but if we considered electrical buses in certain transition periods, it was cheaper to do retrofitting. That is, changing combustion vehicles, the engines, and using the buses that we already had. The cost of that was lower than importing new ones. Now, this has many advantages in terms of transition, because it is more expensive, but it paves the way for the new technology, which is related to electrical engines, because they're already trying these out. But of course, that requires professional training and having the capacity to do that locally. But the other aspect studied has to do with how demand will change, linked to different technologies. You could continue to have combustion vehicles and importing oil, which of course would affect our external gap, because most countries in Latin America are net oil importers, and the exporters can export, and so they always win.
But on the other hand, if we turn to the electromobility sources, we need to have a green network. And that, of course, is very intensive in solar, hydraulic, and wind energy. That is the cleanest of the planet in Latin America in electric terms. But we also need to look at the storage and provision of services, power services for the new transportation technology. This has been studied in the documents. And the last element that we took a look at in this project that was very useful is to think that these transformations can not necessarily be done by the private sector, but the state needs to act and be a part of it. It needs to be a joint effort. So these are several very interesting activities, and the idea is to join producers, those that require the services, and the public sector. They all need to be a part. So in terms of the operational part, we need to bring together, we had to bring together people from all sectors. And another area that required a lot of work was the financial possibility of carrying out this project, because we wish to carry out a transformation, but this transformation needs to have positive results from an economic perspective. And that is different. Financial profitability of a project is different from the economic feasibility. This includes all of the economic and social aspects. So we analyzed all these aspects. There's some positive externalities, the possibility of selling carbon incentives. There's an impact also on health, but a project that could be good for society may not be profitable for private parties, and therefore they may not have any interest in investing, or because the recovery deadlines of electric buses may be too late. So studying all these variables to make the necessary investments was one of the fundamental aspects of this work. There's an interesting study that is about electrifying, and we would have to invest 3.3% of the GDP per year. Therefore, we need to invest between 3 to 5% a year. This investment in electromobility, electric transportation, helps fulfill the nationally determined contributions. If we analyze the NDCs in Latin America, the transportation and energy sector are the main sectors for this contribution. Therefore, here we are analyzing two specific sectors. In order to conclude, we have different studies and policies, and there is a platform where all the documents are found. It has two phases. Here are both phases. It's where you can find all documents, and we will continue populating it with the cooperation of our ongoing partners from the GIZ, the German cooperation, and we hope that this platform will feed this discussion, that it will feed all of these conversations so we can continue succeeding at this work. And that is the ending of the second part of this CC project, but it is not the end. It is not the end here at ECLAC. Here's the document. But why is it not the end? Because I began with the triangle, the gap triangle. So at the COP20, we reevaluated, and we need to continue to grow at 4%. But if we analyze growth in Latin America, in the last 15 years, it's been 1.6%. That is to say, we're very far from this. And if we see the external growth limit, for example, requiring parties are China, the US, and Canada, if they are growing well, we could improve and grow a little more depending on the countries and the different figures that I mentioned initially. But from the climate perspective, we are doing worse. Although the initial figure showed 1.2, I believe it was, we would now need to reduce it because we are increasingly closer to the breaking point in order to stay under the 2 degrees. And the years are going by and the decarbonization rate is not increasing. So the gaps are widening, and we need to continue to fight for this environmental big push. And here is the last slide. At ECLAC, we have a proposal for this productive transformation with the different driving sectors. Luis mentioned them in the beginning. A good part of them are associated to this environmental big push: mobility, transportation, all these associated to energy transformation, the circular economy that we're working on as well with the GIZ. But it's important to take advantage of the national bioma. So we hope to continue to work with the German cooperation and with all of you. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. I would like to greet those of you who have joined us via streaming. It's being done in English. We're having 2 languages, English and Spanish, and you will be able to send your questions and comments. We will now continue with the first session of the day: urban development and co-benefits in urban mobility. We will be first hearing from our moderator, and who will introduce the topic at hand, Diego Aulestia, who's head of the Unit of Human Settlements at ECLAC. And kindly leave your microphones off so that we don't affect the streaming. Thank you, Fiona. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone who is here in the room and joining us virtually. As a matter of fact, at this event, the first panel is related to urban development and co-benefits associated to mobility. So I would like to briefly introduce the topic, which is, of course, in reference to what was mentioned by Luis Yanez and also by the interim director of Human Settlements, Carlos de Miguel. So I'd like to begin with an image. An image sometimes says much more than 1,000 words. And in fact, what we have here, and I apologize that the titles are in English, I'd like to make a comment here. What we would like to address this morning is going beyond the transformation of technology. The director of the division said it clearly. We're talking about reducing gaps, environmental gaps, economic gaps, social gaps. And for this, one vehicle has to do with the transformation towards electromobility, transformation or orientation. It is what many cities in the region are adopting. There are many mobility policies that are talking about electromobility, but what we would like to stress in this panel is the opportunities that derive from the transformation and this electromobility, because productive transformation generates employment. But we need to understand that this change in technology, this push is going to allow us to, if we take advantage of it, with public leadership, clear strategies, we will be able to reach other objectives. Otherwise, on the contrary, we'll have the image that you see there. Basically, the only difference will be that the cars will have different technology. So it doesn't really make sense if we make a change and everything else stays the same. So we need to take this opportunity to try to find co-benefits along different lines. So when we talk about mobility, electromobility, and cities, we're going beyond SDG 11. We're talking about cities and mobility, but we're also talking about productive development. We're also talking about transformations at an industry level, and we're talking about a series of benefits that occur around inequality. So what do I want to highlight here? Well, the importance of the articulation of these public policies, and that is extremely important, how we do things, because we're looking at diagnosis and we're formulating different recommendations on strategies, action lines, but what matters really is how it's going to be implemented. You will be hearing about this. We will have considerations on governance and governing, and the possibility of implementing changes, etc. So this idea and this need to articulate public policies is extremely important. But this is one of the developing regions that is most urbanized on the planet, and we are seeing many changes. Mobility, the public transportation systems are a result of the demand of deployment. So why are individuals deploying within the city? It's important because there's production models, development models, etc. Changes in urban structures, in technology, and things that may show results, and of course regulations. When we look at the nationally determined contributions, the national plans, the climate action plans, they all contemplate electromobility, but sometimes they are orphaned in terms of articulating with other policies. In Latin America, we have over 70 cities with over 1 million inhabitants, and there are plans for electromobility, but we would like to contemplate and consider these spin-offs or other activities that are also going to contribute to decarbonization by promoting public transportation, but also as our director said, by growing. We need to grow in order to reduce poverty, but growth needs to be different. It is the type of growth, the quality of growth that needs to be different. And there are investments in energy and in productive chains. All these will be seen in this afternoon's panels. And of course, we like to emphasize the public mobility systems, public transportation that can offer quality of life to citizens so that they may have greater access to the opportunities that the cities are providing at a cost that is adequate to their economic situation, especially more vulnerable homes. So everything that is related to the right to the city, right to mobility. So in this first panel, we will begin with a presentation by Jorge Rodriguez. He is a senior research assistant at CELADE, and he will be talking about the core of everything, which is deployment in cities, the deployment that has to do with the demand for deployment in itself. It's not the offer of electric buses. That has to do with the movement of the population towards cities. but we would like to also analyze the other movements within cities. And following, we will be hearing about the results of the work done by ECLAC and the GIZ. I'm going to stop here. I'll conclude my remarks and offer the floor to Jorge Rodriguez, Senior Research Assistant of CELADE, and he will be talking to us about demographic trends in Latin American cities. You have the floor, Jorge.
Thank you very much, Diego, for that introduction. Diego, if you could pass me the remote control. Thank you. And the other thing is to greet everyone, not only who's here in person, but also those following us by streaming. And my thanks extends to the CC project, which has been a very valuable opportunity for ECLAC, as Carlos de Miguel has already mentioned, and also the ambassador and Luis and Diego. And that has allowed the different divisions to meet and work jointly, expressed in what has already been presented in terms of achievements by Carlos de Miguel. In the case of our division, the CC project has allowed us to deepen on several topics that have to do with the demographic dynamics of cities. One of these, of course, was the trends in the cities in terms of the population. But, as Diego has just pointed out, this also allowed us to elaborate on a topic that has been of core relevance to cities in Latin America, that is migration. And introduce a second aspect, which is central in terms of transport, and that is day-to-day mobility. For this, what we did was to exploit a database that historically has been the most important to analyze internal migration in Latin America, which is the population census, but also use it for the daily mobility, and systematize a series of procedures, analysis, and produce a number of publications that are at your service outside. And so this presentation has three components. First of all, the demographic trends in general terms of what we could call urbanization and the city structure system, and refer to migration as an essential component, and then a couple of slides that sum up, well, this is a very summary presentation that sum up what is being done in terms of mobility. And Carlos said that we were continuing to work until the last day, and that is in fact the case. We have an ongoing project, which is one of the slides that we will put to you, and has to do with that project. And then lastly, 2 or 3 final messages. Now, putting figures to what was already being expressed by Diego in his introduction to the session, of course, Latin America does stand out for its high degree of urbanization. And these figures are for 2020, when we were going through a value of overall urbanization much higher than anywhere else in the world, with the exception of North America. And by 2030, we should expect it that we maintain this growth and will be the second most urbanized subregion of the world. 86%, 87%, as Diego said, and I insist that that value there is for 2020. And also what Diego said, and here we're sharing the details in greater, the figures in greater detail. And then we will explain what's behind these figures, referring to internal migration. Of course, we are already urban cities, totally urban. The figures speak for themselves, more than 80%. But the change rate, or the pace of growth, is stabilizing, it's leveling out. And it is still positive and will continue to be so until mid-century. But take a note of what happens with Latin America, that while at the start of the past century or mid-past century, we were very much above the world average in terms of urbanization. Today, we are below the world average, and later on we will be even further below. So we have reached the sort of limit of our rate of growth to a great extent because we're already in very high levels. But we are no longer the region of the world with the highest pace of growth in terms of urban population. And why is this? Well, because the driver of urbanization, which has historically been far more than the natural growth, which is essential for the expansion of city populations, but not so increased urbanization, and that the rural to urban migration has stalled. And then there's another essential component here in the urban process in Latin America. It's not that we're very urban, but also we're very metropolitan. And that is why CC made so much sense in the region. In our cities, we have 1 in 3 inhabitants in the large cities. In cities of 1 million or more, you have 1 of every 3 Latin Americans. And if we see it only in the urban universe, 1 of every 2 people receive or resides in a city of 1 million or more inhabitants. 1 in 2 people who live in towns of 20,000, not the entire population of what we could speak cities. 1 in 2 lives in the large cities of more than 1 million inhabitants, which was the focus of the CC project. And so these 2 things must be taken into account, not only urbanization, that defines all our profiles from a social view and economic viewpoint, and to a certain extent also environmental, but also the metropolitization, concentration in large cities that could slow their growth or speed it up. But so far, none of these, especially the large cities, are in a process of reducing the population. They can all continue to increase. Natural growth in all of these continues to be positive, and the pandemic for a time sort of questioned this, but so far it is still positive, this natural growth of these large cities. But the main source of growth, and above all, expansion of urbanization, is migration, and the migration from rural areas to cities. And here are the figures that we were able to put together with the help of census. When you say 2010, it's not exactly 2010, but the entire decade. And so, although, of course, this is not the current figure, it does show a trend that is clear. And that trend, at that time, and then afterwards I will update it with the latest census data, is that the rural spheres, those that are with less than 20,000 inhabitants, all the municipalities that do not have a part of a 20,000 inhabitant or more city, they were the great losers in the region. Close to 1 million people lost in the 2000 census over the last 5 years of each census. And that does decline, but it is still, the loss is still very high. And what gained? Well, the pyramid within the system of cities, the large cities and the large and intermediate cities. And this is very important because although the organization is expansion continues, it does not mean that all cities are attractive from the migratory viewpoint. In fact, most cities are not. They expel migration because it is the small cities that make up the ones that expel migrants. And so what is the focus that we wanted to put on inclusive cities in CC? The sphere of large cities still seemed attractive, but with a lessening attraction. But all the cities that we analyzed were cities: Sao Paulo, Bogota, Mexico City, Buenos Aires, and then also San Jose de Costa Rica. In those cases, this was net emigration. So the scenario was different. These megapolis, or we analyzed, depart what I've just showed you, and these are all cities where there is no longer a consolidated migratory attraction, and in fact, losing population. And this, of course, affects the pattern of behavior and their growth projections. It doesn't mean that they are losing population as such, but only due to the internal migration that in some cases offset with international migration and in others with the natural growth. But none of these cities are still losing population as such. But clearly the driver for a long time was the driver of the demographic growth is being depleted. And so now let's move on to see more novel data, more recent, generated for this presentation in 3 countries where we already have information, and that reveals that to a great extent, based on what was shown previously, and that still the overall set of the large cities continues to be attractive, not the megapolis. The weight of that group of large cities of 1 million inhabitants or more continues to grow. In Brazil, we are seeing something somewhat different. It stabilizes, it levels out, but stable. But in Mexico, where the results that we've just received from 2020 census, there is a skip due not only to migration, but also there are cities that previously belonged to another group, and that because of their growth, join a group of cities of 1 million or over. And this is associated with something that happened in Mexico that really struck us. Whereas Mexico, in the 2005-2010 period, for the first time showed a negative net migration in that segment of large cities, and that for the EU region as a whole was positive, but for Mexico was negative, and led many researchers to presume that this could be a secular trend, and that we were moving on to the growth of intermediate-sized cities. But the recent census shows something different, that there is a recovery of its attraction. And so we should bear this in mind, because the other example I would like to put to you shares the opposite view. And the main message I would like to leave you with is that the pattern is not so clear. There are trends well established. It is still quite clear that the attraction in terms of migratory terms continues to be in the pyramid of the city system, but that varies from country to country. And so here I share with you the case of Panama, that also has very recent data, and where we see an very abrupt drop in its level of attraction. The 22-23 period probably also linked to the pandemic that really disproportionately affected large cities. And so now, with the next 2 or 3 slides, I will be concluding. This this allowed us to not only work and strengthen what we were doing with internal migration, but also mobility, which was a new element that we'd not worked on systematically previously, and that most of the census in Latin America since the round of the year 2000, especially 2010 and 2020, includes questions on mobility, and it allowed us to make interesting distinctions between what was better known, the intra-mobility, which occurs within the city, but also the extra metropolitan mobility, and that is on the rise. It continues to be minor in terms of magnitude, but this is not presented, but I'm going to focus on the most important, which is the intro one. But we still already have the phenomenon of long-distance mobility. People who go from a location that is at 100, 150 kilometers, and this is increasing as a phenomenon. It has implications for the transport system, different to the intra-mobility, and there you need other means of transport. The thing is that this vision of the intra-mobility made us realize the tremendous magnitude of these movements, and that in many cases, the great majority does not tend to increase, but not necessarily in all. And also, this struck us what was happening with Mexico City, where it continued to rise in absolute terms, but not in relative terms. And this could be indicating that maybe a saturation has been reached in cities that are so large, so extended, that moving about in the city becomes each time more difficult, and there are alternative options in terms of places of residence or residential settings. And so this may allow us to have a more longer-term perspective. I will end by saying that not only did we analyze the people, the characteristics, and the magnitude of the displacements within cities, but also we associated the profiles of people that are selective, they are different, to territorial impacts. And this is a calculation that we did. It is a special procedure that is published in the Population Studies Journal in relation to migration, but we applied it to mobility, and we showed not only how the magnitude of population changes day to day, a day and night, between the day and the night, in what is known as the floating population, or the population that moves during the day and the night, but also the profile changes, because those who move are different to those who are in these destination places.
Con un caso específico.
And this can be shown with a specific case here in the city of São Paulo, how the population changed so radically in São Caetano do Sul or in São Paulo, because there was daily commuting and mobility. It was also about the profile of the population during the day, during the working day. The effect of what we just analyzed was that there was less population because the flow of people commuting was much lower from São Caetano to São Paulo than the educational level of the people that live there. This is what I was mentioning about the relationship. What we find in the last study produced and also mentioned by Carlos de Miguel, it's about the relationships that differ in terms of different attributes: sex, schooling, age, and income. This is one of the more recent studies on transportation, and this is what we see with territorial aspects. I'd like to conclude now. Large cities continue to be significant and have a relative weight within the region. It is key to learn about what happens in the studying, working, because there's millions of people that have been quantified in what I showed earlier. They have individual patterns, not of selectivity, but they must be analyzed not only in terms of what happens at an individual scale, but that these patterns also impact territories. They modify things, and they modify the population during the day, night, and it is quite different, unequal. It is a source of difficulty, risk, expense, and frustration for many people. So policies to improve mobility is very important for cities, but also for the population, mostly for the population living there. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jorge. That is very clear, the importance of understanding these demographic and social relationships that I insist are the foundation of any offer for public transportation using electromobility. I'd like to offer the floor now to Claudia Acosta. She's a consultant from the Human Settlements Unit at ECLAC. And Franco Jauregui is a researcher at the GI's German Institute of Development and Sustainability, IDOS. So we will be hearing from them. They will make a comparison between two cities, Bogotá, Santiago, São Paulo, and San Jose. They will be talking about these matters in terms of the co-benefits. This is work that has been developed jointly by IDOS and ECLAC. It has needed a series of contacts and a lot of coordination. We've had a meeting the previous year in Buenos Aires, always stressing the importance of policies, of national policies. Please bear in mind when you are hearing Claudia and Franco that we're talking about the articulation of public policies, of governance, of the capacity of the public sector, of its leadership. These are matters that ECLAC is working on strongly as well today. Claudia and Franco, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. We are extremely pleased to be here. We've been introduced, so in the interest of time, we will just begin. We're going to be exchanging the microphone with Franco. We will be presenting the results of our joint work that we developed, in some cases with the support of technical assistance from municipalities here in Latin America. We'd like to begin by offering some context, by mentioning the importance of everything we're going to present for decarbonization. We've heard this a lot. Decarbonization is a fight that will be had in cities. When we take the nationally determined contributions to the local agendas and daily mobility, we still find that in Latin America and in Asia, we have a huge pending agenda in terms of rethinking the relationship between where we live, where we work, and where the transportation system fits into our hierarchy of priorities. We're going to be including all these decision-making processes relative to the city's activities with mass transportation. It is extremely important. Insofar as we don't make this decision, we will continue to not find a solution. So we also find that we need resources. These resources are available in the cities. They're available in the efforts that governments make every day to provide mass transportation, but not taking advantage of it. So what can we say about transportation systems in this presentation, as well as many others that are going to discuss many other elements in this regard? Well, transportation is not only for passengers. It has to do with the structure of urban transportation. Transportation competes in an unequal manner with urban development, and that is what we're thinking about every day to localize the activities. This is oriented to private transportation, cars. And it's not necessarily only transported to that, but more so to mass transportation. Mass transportation requires high levels of investment and a huge budget to operate because our systems are insufficient. However, they do have a positive impact in the real estate projects. When a transportation project reaches a certain area of the city, it provides value for that area. We also talk about as I mentioned, the value of property, and it is part of what the governments do with transportation systems. So we're going to touch upon two ideas. One is capturing value, but we're also going to refer to what you see on the right-hand side, which is management and development. These are basically, as we can say in other words, are public initiative projects, and they require a lot of effort, but the government therefore is able to recover part of its investment. Here in Latin America, we see San Jose with Cantones Central, the central part of San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, and Sao Paulo. On the Asian side, we have Hong Kong, Delhi, and Jakarta. So for our presentation, it's important to take into account that in the case of Bogota and Jakarta, we're looking at the BRT, which are the exclusive buses. For us, it's equivalent to the Transmillennium buses, which have exclusive buses. And on the other hand, we have for Hong Kong, Delhi, and Sao Paulo, rails, mostly the metro system, but also trains. So for this general image, in this general image, what we can see is the project as it was developed jointly. It shows us how we find cities in this debate. What we're going to look at is that if there is an integration between urban transportation, urban development and transportation, if it is looking at transportation in its core, in the core of its decision making, then we need to look at whether the government can actually capture other opportunities with real estate, for example. So here we're going to go on to the first case, Costa Rica. In Costa Rica, we basically explored the opportunities for integration in urban development and transportation, and we did it with six municipalities. These six municipalities, as Jorge mentioned, have metropolitan dimensions. They show us how the municipalities look at transportation. We carry out different dialogues and conversations since October last year to May this year, where we talk to the municipalities about this need to rethink urban development. What we can conclude is that today there's very clear action lines. The how is what we need to rethink. We need to bring these decarbonization goals that are so close to us to where we are densifying. And if we densify, we need to allow having retail nearby. Are we going to leave space for private parking in our real estate projects? As we've done, for example, in some commercial projects, we've left up to 70% of the space for cars. And are we going to have private parking in public roads or areas? So these are the things that we need to discuss with all municipalities to advance in decarbonization. And this will lead us to have more compact cities in the better and more urban way of looking at it, and therefore reducing the carbon emissions every time that we move, and incentives with private vehicles in their use of public areas. So this is briefly what we saw in Costa Rica, and we will now move on to the Asian cases. Franco? Good morning, all. Thank you, Claudia. In mass transportation, it's important to mention that the metro systems have a greater impact on cities in terms of the price of land, and they've also been implemented in longer periods of time, like in cities in Europe and the US, etc. But there's also Asian cities that have been able to implement their own metro systems in the last few years of the 20th century. In the case of Hong Kong, we have a very special case. It's a city where there's a huge density. It is a very difficult terrain. There are mountains and islands. So in the case of Hong Kong, the price of land is very high, and it's important to take these into consideration. The metro was inaugurated in 1979, and today it represents 50% of movement of the trips made on the metro or public transportation. They have 105.6 cars for every 1,000 people. In the case of Hong Kong, they were able to implement a system that allows implementing the metro system by capturing capital gains. And it's important in order to fund such a high-cost infrastructure. They understood that land is a very important resource that is not always taken into account. In the case of rentals, of land rental, property rentals, they realized that they had to mediate. The government and the real estate developers needed to mediate for and negotiate the use of soil and co-develop these rights with real estate companies at a certain value, even after the implementation of the metro system. So there are 4 elements, key policies that allow for the success of this rail transport property. It has to do with concessions. There are concessions of the real estate or development around the metro station areas. So the metro is in part a shareholder, but it also acts as a for-profit company. Real estate development is done together with the private sector, seeking commitments to re-urbanize, and that is in order to accelerate the suburban development.
The government awards development rights to the metro company that does tenders among the private developers to develop the surrounding areas around the metro stations. In this case, Metro Nord company receives state subsidies contrary to other metro systems, but also soil development rights per meter, and so they're able to capture the added value. And so, in response, the government receives a high-quality system that requires no subsidy and that allows users to use it, and you do so frequently and with a great number of passengers. There are 4 key elements in the Hong Kong model, especially the public policy, planning, management and control mechanisms, high-quality projects that could be attractive for residents and private sector buyers, and that the metro company has a multi-directional approach that plays various functions, not only regarding the operating of the metro system, but also dialogues and coordinates with multiple stakeholders and maintains a balance between the financial interests of investors and social needs. And then we had another case study, which was Delhi. This was the second mover, as we could say, that was inspired in the Hong Kong metro system, because they too needed resources to finance the metro. In the case of Delhi, this is the Indian capital city with a very dense, high density, and the territory, many socioeconomic disparities and residential segregation. And so in this context, in 1995, the metro company in Delhi was set up, which is a sort of state company association between the national government and the government of Delhi. And there is a backdrop in the case of Delhi, and that is that through different master plans, they were able to implement certain mechanisms for development linked to transport. And in recent years, the 2021 master plan focuses on 5 approaches. 1, improving the purchase and development of land at large scale, and also, 2nd, the provision of goods and services, planning soil use and investment in infrastructure, promoting the system for purchasing and development of land at a large scale, and having a multimodal transport network spanning the entire city. But there are certain governance issues, and that are not perceived in Hong Kong, but yes in Delhi, because Delhi does not have a metropolitan planning system to control urban planning or urban development. The Development Authority that manages the development of land. And there are 3 main bodies that manage the soil use. One is the DDA, the National Capital Region Board, the DMRC, and others within the Ministry for National Urban Development. And so there are several players involved, and the metro company does not have the same autonomy as, for example, the company in Hong Kong. The DMRC, or the Delhi Metro Company, has a development model. The land is of public use, contrary to other agencies, and transferred at intergovernment transfer rate decided by the Ministry for Social Development for 99 years lease. The DMRC invites groups to bid, and there are 2 development types. One is residential, 90-year leases that leads to initial substantial payments, and also commercial developments that are assessed in the short and medium term and that produce more recurrent revenues. And so the metro system was carried out in 3 phases, and the real estate development represented 7 to 6% of total investment costs. However, there were a series of challenges for this sort of model, and that is the metro company does not have sufficient autonomy. It needs authorization by different interested parties, and of course, this has a long cost in terms of time, 2 to 3 years, and is demotivating for the metro company, especially private developers. And likewise, the metro company did real estate developments without paying property tax, and this did not benefit other municipalities. And so there's been a conflict among different authorities. And one criticism of this particular type of urban development is that they're not always for transport metros or models that benefit more the high-end luxury developments and are not always destined to the public that uses the metro system. When we asked Sao Paulo and Bogota what they thought of this idea to make the most of the transport systems and tie them to real estate projects and the impact created, we found the following answers. In Sao Paulo, there are rails recalling that Sao Paulo is a tremendously large city, and we found interfederative issues because the metro and the train company are provincial or department level companies, whereas they're operating within the city, which is where they have the Urban Development Authority. And so I would immediately like to call your attention to the fact that in the data that you see on the screen, we found 91 stations, 96 kilometers and kilometers of public efforts with associated projects. Who's benefited? And this was done less efficiently, if you like, just in search of opportunity. Well, the private sector, but it's not been the government. In the meantime, in the case of metro, as well as the train line, the train has a significant economic urgency. So here we're just showing a small comparison between the metro company and the train company, just to say that there is a space in the DK90, the metro. More than innovating, they're experimented with real estate projects. And here we have 5 associated shopping malls linked to the stations. But the experience, although successful from the economic or financial viewpoint, did not generate a strong culture in the entity to come closer to the Hong Kong logic, which entailed financing the expansion of the metro, but saw it as a collateral source of resources, although, of course, collateral is better than nothing. And then the CPTM, which is a train company, we saw the company is evolving and opening up space to create these business opportunities. And now we're going to show you a case that could help us to see how the specificities when a public entity or an operator of transport tries to do this sort of project, which is the Brass project, and located in the center of the city, and the green area is where they're expecting to have real estate business that benefits the transport company. This timeline showed what's in blue. These are decisions made by the municipality. The others are decisions made by the company in order to further develop the business model. The evolution of this is long, it takes time, and is affected by matters that are contingent, but in common in Latin America, such as the soil is not in appropriate conditions, although part of the heritage or the equity of the company, because these are lines that were already developed and they have issues, cannot be just used. And also it is necessary to reveal how the project is going to be carried out at company level, and as well as the authorities that need to authorize the project. In this case, in December 2023, almost 10 years after the idea began of doing business, collateral business, the company was able to close its first contract with a private individual interested in carrying out a project. And this implied payments over time during the economic exploitation of the real estate and the return of when the concession comes to an end, the concession that can be reused. How it's going to turn out, we don't yet know because it's still ongoing. In the case of Sao Paulo, we find one institutional turn towards mass public transport. Urban development was geared towards this, and historically they use value capturing business. The company urgently needed resources. They have idle land, capturing equity, and all of these things determine their business models, because these are old, long-standing companies that are opening up space to do these models today. And in the case of Bogota, we focused on the Transmilenio, which is the mass transport offer working today, although there is a metro proposal under construction. And here we can see many stations, many kilometers, and no public benefit project, only the private sector benefiting from this. And here, in the case of Bogota, we find in gray the decisions to be taken by the city in order to favor the appearance of this sort of project. And on the company side, how a stronger mobility is taking place. Today, the city has the legal structure to have better conditions when it comes to doing real estate projects, regulatory as well as institutional. They have an urgent need for resources. This is common to the entire region. In the case of Transmilenio, the company does not have its own land, and so they will have to begin with that for their business model. And also they have institutional conditioning factors that determine what they can or not do. The main challenge in Bogota is to crystallize these enabling factors into specific projects. And now here we see Jakarta, the final conclusions. Franco. Thank you, Claudia. And now this is inspired in the Transmilenio model to implement their first BRT system. Today they have the BRT, the longest in the world, with more than 250 kilometers of added lines. And there's a major effort in Jakarta by the government to improve its urban mobility. In 2019, they implemented one metro line and a fast train. In 2023, they implemented the fast train connecting the cities with the metropolitan region, but also a large number of emphasis on private cars and motorcycles. There's a high level of motorization, which is the result of years of the lack of quality public transport, and also a system that allows demotivating the use of private transport. We're short of many incentives and subsidies to buy private vehicles and motorbikes. In the case of BRT and the system, contrary to the rail system, there are mixed outcomes regarding the positive or negative outcomes of the BRT stations and land use. In the case of Jakarta, we saw a study with a spatial analysis to see if there is a positive or negative outcome in comparison to land or residential use. In 2017, there was a positive impact, which meant that there were properties nearby a metro station that cost more than properties that were more distant. But here we found the contrary, that properties that were far away from a BRT station cost more than property that was nearer the BRT station. But this is different to the metro system. In this case, there is a major interest in having properties that are close to the metro system. And this is a phenomenon that occurs in other cities when you implement a mass transport system of greater quality. and especially on rails. And so the BRT system has a lesser impact. And that also has to do with the way that BRT was implemented in Jakarta.
Esfuerzos hoy en día por mejorar el sistema.
Efforts are being made to improve the system. The infrastructure cost was so low that the quality of the stations is not the same quality of a metro bus or metro train or light rail. It's important to take this into account when you implement BRT or MRT systems, and they need to be implemented to have a great impact on the city. Today, there's a series of regulations that have been implemented in the last few years in favor of the transportation sector in Jakarta at a national level, at a provincial level. However, some value capturing systems do not exist officially, and these are the incentives related to the value capturing mechanism. The term is not yet officially implemented. There are some barriers to the implementation of value capture in Jakarta because there is a lack of technical capacity. There's huge competition between transportation companies, such as the Transjakarta, MRT, LRT. And instead of considering how to create an integrated system that could implement or improve the quality of life of citizens, they compete to see who has better rights to develop transportation. And that is because the government offers greater preference to the rail systems over the BRT. So that is the difference between BRT. There's a lack of interest in it as compared to metro. There's a preference for MRT as one of the main protagonists. And there is an idea of public transportation as a way for developments, for citizens to deploy. But in conclusion, the need to change the approach for development oriented to private cars in favor of public transportation. And Jakarta will have a huge impact in the future when the population has more resources and a greater capacity to acquire private vehicles, especially when the public transportation is not adequate. Mass transportation needs to be improved in order to better structure development and urban growth. There's mechanisms to capture value that arose as a need to finance mass transportation, which is different from European cities where there already were resources to finance the metro system. In the case of Hong Kong and Delhi, they had to create value capturing systems to fund these systems, and that can be related to the Latin American case. Some cities have improved their mechanisms and regulations in the last 40 years. Others are still beginning. It is never too late, but it's important to take into account that there's opportunities for cities that don't have mass transportation systems, that they can implement these from scratch and seek a greater transportation between transportation and urban development, while cities that have mass transportation need to consider integration, not only transport and urban development, but also with other systems of transportation, taking into account the last mile and the tariff integration and the physical differences between different types of transportation. Also, one size does not fit all. So it's important to take into account the local context and the mobility demand. We have a slide to summarize what we just said. It's a general recommendation. So when we decide where we're going to localize and how we develop our activities, we need to, and seeing how much space we leave for cars, etc., that is at the core. It's the underlying factor. Otherwise, our cities won't really have an opportunity because we have over 70 cities with more than 1 million inhabitants. If we did a census in these cities to see how their master plans are in terms of transportation integration, many of them would not pass the test because the NDCs have not been boiled down to the local agendas. And we need some missing parts for these financing systems associated to transportation to exist in our region. The first is land. the use of soil. This has to have certain specific conditions. We need to work to make this happen, especially if it's public land. Institutional conditions. We need to work with the transportation companies from the perspective of municipalities and their planning areas. It is an ecosystem, so it all needs to be integrated. Legal infrastructure. In the case, for example, of Bogota and Sao Paulo, they are preparing and advancing this value capturing model. They have had to think about the legal infrastructure and that they need to have necessary conditions to implement these models. Finally, there is another path that needs to be followed. You never stop learning. It is the case of Sao Paulo. The case of Sao Paulo shows us the evolution of public transportation companies that have been building or under construction for 10 years. It will cost a high amount of money for them and the municipality. So that has to do with the know-how. And finally, political leadership. In all of the interviews that we made, if we saw that if there is no political leadership, we will not move forward with these projects. These are government assets. They require these components in order to function and to have good governance systems. We would like to thank ECLAC and the IDOS team, Juan Herrera from Bogota, Victor Oliveira from Costa Rica and Sao Paulo, and Bruno Lana, and of course the different governments and public managers that dedicated their time out of their agenda to talk to us in order to continue working on the project, also Hong Kong and Jakarta. Thank you. Thank you to Claudia and Franco. I'd like to mention that these elements that have been mentioned will be included in a publication that we are concluding. It is a joint publication by IDOS and ECLAC talking about the co-benefits, financing, governance, institutional capacity, etc., as Claudia mentioned towards the end, always bearing in mind the electric vehicles, electromobility. That is what is going to allow us to reach these benefits. We're going to go for a pause, but I'd like to offer the floor to Fiona first for a few comments. Thank you, Diego. Thank you all. Thank you to everyone who is connected on streaming. We're going to take a 15-minute break for coffee. We are a little late, so let's please be back at 11:35 to resume the meeting. And on the screen and on the streaming, we will be showing a video about what the urban platform for cities of Latin America and the Caribbean has been about. This platform has been very important to the work done here at ECLAC and the CC project. You will find all the materials developed during the project. They will be in the sustainable mobility section. So this is the video, and it will show you how to use and navigate the web. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at 11:35 to begin and resume the meeting on time. And to those of you who are on streaming, please take a little break and be back at 11:35. Thank you.
Señorita Claudia Puentes, ¿me escucha? Don José Rodríguez, ¿me escucha? Señorita Claudia Puentes.
Hola, buenos días.
Perfecto, don José, ¿me escucha bien? Habla Blanco, técnico de CEPAL.
Sí, escucho bien.
Hola.
Hola, buenas. Señorita
Bueno,
Buenas.
Claudia,
sí. Yo estoy aquí en mi oficina, pues estaba al otro lado y tenía todo apagado. Me puedo correr
perfecto.
más para atrás, puedo enderezar este computador. Mejor.
Los veo perfecto ambos.
No
Perfecto.
tengo
Ustedes,
nada de fondo, se ve muy feo ese fondo blanco.
no, no, está perfecto, no hay problema.
Te
Ustedes
oigo
solamente van a
lejos.
ver el video que está, se está proyectando en la sala, que es el mismo, pero
Te oigo lejísimos.
ahora sí, ¿me escucha?
Sí.
Ahora sí. Bueno, ustedes solamente van a ver el video por ahora de lo que está, porque se está proyectando el video de la sala. Eh, pero yo los veo perfecto y los escucho muy bien a ambos.
Bueno, si cualquier cosa me avisas, yo tengo acá unos audífonos a mano que también los podría usar, pero
Se escucha perfecto. No, al menos ahora no es necesario. Sí, se escucha
bueno,
perfecto.
señor. Bueno, voy a cerrar entonces el micrófono y la cámara para no incomodar.
Perfecto, ningún problema.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias también, don José.
Buenos días. Para los que nos están siguiendo por streaming, favor de dar un poquito de paciencia. En un par de minutos estaremos retomando. Gracias. Favor de acomodarse para poder partir, por favor. Ya. Vamos a partir en...
We're going to begin then. Resume the second part of the first session of this meeting on urban development and co-benefits associated to mobility. We're going to continue now with the national governments and local governments discussion. For those of you following us live, please click on the YouTube site and then you can send questions, comments, suggestions on the chat box. We are going to begin then. I'd like to offer the floor to Diego Lestia for the second part of the session. Thank you, Fiona, and welcome all. We would like to begin, based on the information that was handed to us, offer a few comments and reflections on the side of national and local governments. From that perspective, we're going to have comments by Sao Paulo, Bogota, Costa Rica, and academia. Also, all of them contributing with different perspectives and concerns. This will open the forum. I'd like to offer the floor then to Jose David Rodriguez, who is the Vice Minister of Housing and Human Settlement of the MIVA, the Ministry of Housing in Costa Rica. This will be a virtual presentation. You have the floor, Vice Minister. Thank you, Diego. Thank you all. Is the audio okay? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. I'd like to send you some warm greetings to Santiago. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity. I'd like to also congratulate all of the participants of the projects of the presentations being made today because they have the passion for the project. And I see that Latin America still believes this is extremely relevant and that we can further improve. It's important because it will help solve inequalities for our region. I'd like to begin by mentioning a principle that in urbanism is so important, the principle of democratization of space. When we talk about making space democratic, it's not only those places for social gathering, but also those places that we put at the disposal of transportation. So how much space, what proportion of the space do we dedicate in our homes and our workplace to vehicles, private vehicles? It is a good example and a good comparison of how much space in our cities we are leaving for the right to mobility of the inhabitants of cities. We need to take into account that to find efficiency in transportation systems, we need to guarantee that the vehicle is not, the public transportation vehicle is not competing with the private vehicle. So the cases that we've heard previously are extremely relevant to guarantee the rights to mobility with the quality service to guarantee the rights of the population. And of course, always bearing in mind the structuring function of public transportation systems in our territories, especially in large cities, which have grown with different settlements. Now it's extremely relevant to have these services connected to different areas or centers of population, from the center of the cities to the peripheral areas, to offer a better quality of life to people who deploy for extended periods of time that will allow them to have more time for leisure and rest as compared to inefficient transportation systems. So there's two things I'd like to mention: governance and the adoption of these measures in the long term, and financing mechanisms. In terms of governance, this is a challenge in all of Latin America. Multi-level governance and the distribution of competencies between national and municipal governments, in some cases regional, on the aspects that have to do with mobility, with urbanism, with urban control, with decision-making in territorial distribution. So these are governance challenges in Costa Rica, where we have not only a subnational level, we have a national and local level. For example, we miss some instances that would help us coordinate or have a more regional perspective in transportation and mobility. And this needs to be solved. It's a challenge for governments and for political leadership because it must be solved with great coordination. We're carrying out an exercise in San Jose where for the city we've articulated organic space with the Ministry of Public Works and Transportation, with the Council of Public Transportation, with the COFED, which is the rail company, and the Ministry of Housing and Human Settlement. All of them together have worked on how to find solutions for the territory we have in the city. There's been an increase in coordination and in the possibility of using different processes to make decisions regarding the urban planning and transportation planning that will impact the city. This as an example of the need to take into account those instances, because the truth is that the common challenges must have common solutions. This forces the political leadership to have a different perspective, more at a not only at a national level, but also at a more local level. So the exercise seeks to look at the local and territorial level, and also from medium to long term in these processes in creating public policies. So in terms of the tools, value capture, tools for that will help impact the development of countries. And there's other instances where, in the case of Costa Rica, for example, we are working to increase their potential, and this has to do with the impact of the different contributions of real estate development, not only where they are being built, but also so that they may contribute to areas where you don't see the benefits of these private investments, but where you could potentially distribute these benefits and increase the quality of life of other areas. In terms of public policies, I think that it's still, especially in the regional conversation topics, is the consideration of the effort that we need to make in communities so that public policies can have a medium and long-term reach, so that we can see the results that would help solve the uncertainty that we see with today's policies. This is interesting. What Claudia mentioned at the end of her presentation could be supported on the legal infrastructure. That is to say, tools or instruments that will allow us to support public policies for the between different administrations, and also so that they're not affected by political processes that affect the institutions. This generates changes or adjustments in the ministry's political agendas. So it's important to have some sort of legal and political support to these policies so that they may continue throughout different administrations, because otherwise they are affected. These are projects that cannot be worked on in the short term. We need to be very clear in terms of sticking to these policies and plans in the medium to long term. The second thing has to do with the financing and funding mechanisms. Costa Rica has always been shy in this regard, and in terms of the use or extension of these meters to reduce traffic, we have some experience, but out of the 84 municipalities or local governments, there is a 20% that has parking meters, and these are mostly in the central areas of the city. But the figure, at least until up to 2 years ago, which is when I participated, was around 20%. And this presented some restrictions, or at least we haven't seen an extension of the application of technology here, because only 2% was using technology at the time for the parking meters. However, this somehow becomes a barrier for funding of local governments for their plans and any future works that they may wish to carry out in their cities, and also perhaps proposals to reduce traffic. This has to do with communications to the population and to politicians in order to introduce changes. Of course, also finding ways to include it in the legal framework. At least at a public level, the conversations or discussions have opened up to these kinds of instruments. I would like to conclude by saying that in regards to the use of soil and the use of space, the better use of the space for public transportation, it is extremely important to guarantee or create and generate capacities for adequate institutional conditions that will address the challenges in our local and national governments, those that we face in political terms, and as a result of the restriction of budgets.
Los espacios y los insumos que brindan iniciativas como
And to
increase all that knowledge, to also increase the reception and proposal from the public aspect and the political leadership, so we can introduce it within the governments of our cities and national and subnational governments, depending on the levels that we have in our own countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. Several important topics were addressed: the need to articulate at a local and national level funding, land use, respect specificities locally, are part of the public policy. Now I would like to give the floor to Luis Antonio Cortes Ferreira, who is the Planning and Environment Manager of the Sao Paulo Metro or Subway. The floor is yours. Hello, good morning. It is an honor to be here speaking to you. Forgive me for any words that I may mix with Portuguese and Spanish. I think that it is important to be aware of climate change, especially adaptation. And that is why mobility is important in this aspect. It is not enough by electrifying systems. That will not be enough. We need to adapt our cities to the new climate conditions. We, in the south of Brazil, are currently facing situations that we have never seen before. And that will be more frequent over time. And it will take place in the entire country. And in the case of Latin America and several regions as well. And it will especially affect the population with lower conditions that do not have a way to adapt and that experience risk situations, that live in steep slopes and valleys and other areas that are cheaper in terms of land because they have a higher risk. Regarding this point, we need to understand that we will not only have to mitigate emissions or reduce them fastly for carbon, but we will also have to adapt our cities that are less impermeable. We need to adapt spaces to people. And with that, we need to promote active mobility, but we need to promote it in a comprehensive way in the entire city, even in the regions that are more difficult to access. And also reduce the number of automotive vehicles in the streets. With this, I want to say that we need to make public spaces more for people than for vehicles. We need to broaden our sidewalks. We need to have more vegetation. We need to move towards a biophilic state. We need to have a rapid change in our cities. That's why the metro and train systems, especially the subway system or underground systems, bring an opportunity to release space in the surface, to invest less on pneumatic systems, especially with automobiles, and give more room to people by extending the subway systems. The presentation given by Claudia and Franco was quite interesting because it showed ways to obtain additional resources that can fund this extension, because the above surface systems are, of course, cheaper in terms of intensity and capital. They have a lower capital intensity. Underground systems are more expensive. It is also expensive to create a large network of highways that are built underground, that they have entryways, and that are using the same spaces in the city that should be occupied by non-permeable areas, that should be used with bicycle lanes, that should offer road safety, and that should allow us to attain that sustainable city ideal that we have, where children can ride their bikes to schools. We're far away from that, but we need to move towards that road together in reduction and in adaptation. And I'm sure that public transportation is the only way that we have for that. There isn't another possible way to give more room in our cities and to give us more space. There is a strong competition for space and financial resources between cars and people. And people necessarily have to win this competition. That is the change. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luis. I think what you said was very clear. The importance of public mobility. The Sao Paulo subway is one of the large systems worldwide. And it is clear with what you said. Now I would like to give the floor to another local government or state government or department government. But in this case, we will move to Bogota with Claudia Puentes, who is the collateral businesses submanager of Transmilenio. Unfortunately, she couldn't attend in person, so we have her online. Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the meeting in person, but it has been a very fruitful meeting during the morning. I would like to thank ECLAC for organizing the event, and especially for conducting this effort to build knowledge in terms of our practice, because it is something that we can continue addressing, and it will never be completed or designed. I would also like to highlight the excellent work done by Claudia and Franco by collecting all of these comparisons. And I would like to highlight a couple of things. Mass public transportation in our cities is quite recent when we compare ourselves. Well, not in the entire region, but we have public transportation that is 100 years old, for instance. And on the other side, we have recent public transportation services, like the one in Hong Kong, 50 years. Ours is relatively recent, and transportation has internalized several costs that we had scattered around as a society that were invisible and without any person accountable for them. Citizens' security, the commuting times, etc., were things that were scattered around. And by having a mass public transportation, we internalize a great part of those costs with enormous advantages in terms of quality of life and competitiveness for cities. And also by including large populations. Bogota, early this morning, we were visiting an area called Camasuacha, which is a municipality right next to Bogota that is not part of this jurisdiction, but has almost 1 million inhabitants, which is people with low income, quite challenging conditions for whom transportation becomes a way to connect with the development of Colombia. That is a type of externality that many people do not see sometimes. And when systems start operating, they start having operational costs that cannot be translated into fares. And that's where we have value capturing and collateral investment, and it becomes a protagonist. It could have autonomy with fares or with the operation of green lanes that are highly cost efficient, which is a bus driven only with one operator, transporting 250 to 280 people. And that is quite a cost-efficient scheme that could be used with a fare, but it doesn't allow us to have a full coverage of the city. And when doing this with rates is when we require additional financing for the rest of the system. Currently, Transmilenio represents 0.7% of the billing of the system, and we have developed a business model that will lead that revenue to represent 3% of the billing of the system, and to 10 years, we will move to 20%. With this, we need additional local sources to remove the burden from local transportation. I would like to highlight the chart presented by Claudia and Franco, and this has to do with institutional conditions. I would like to highlight the importance of understanding that institutionality in a broad way. As Douglas North would say, an institutionalist economist, he referred to it as habits, as a capacity of interacting with explicit and written instructions, but also non-written costumes, because for this, trust is very important, as it was mentioned by the Vice Minister in his comments. And it has to do with that trust to have something that starts within 1 year to continue going, even if there are changes in administrations. And that trust is important to create pilot programs and to learn from them. Not everything will come out well, but we need to trust good faith and good intentions so that it is a constant learning process, but also to link it with private entities. Doing it only with public investment ends up being costly, and that has not allowed us to capture all the value that we have created in the past, because public investment cannot do as much. Second, they mention having a legal infrastructure, and I would like to underscore the importance of the rules for transportation authorities to have an advantage that is above any other urban operator or any other project creator. Because if we add to the difficulty of working with the state, then articulating with the transportation structure, and the rule is the same, clearly a private project will be more competitive than a project with transportation. Therefore, it is important for us to have an advantage in that sense. Anyhow, having a rule is not enough. It is not possible to do value capturing good businesses by saying this is Transmillennium and I have this good rule in practice. I have to have something else. Hopefully a land bank, as Claudio and Franco were saying. Otherwise, I can start building it if I have some cash flow. Traditionally speaking, in Bogota, tax mechanisms have been used to capture part of that value. But it hasn't been enough to allow us to have a collateral revenue to an extent that it can be sustained over time in the system. And together with this, they mentioned something else. This is the know-how. Know-how is very important. And what ECLAC is doing in that respect and they're accompanying us in the development of this business model that we have set up. Because what is not documented, you can't learn from it. And people change. And it is vital for institutions to document their experiences so that that knowledge can generate value, but also a shared history of how we produced a certain thing, what we thought back then. And to that, retaking your words and reinforcing some of your messages, I would like to add the importance for people and citizens to perceive the system as a very legitimate tool. The calling that Franco made was very interesting, comparing the beauty of the systems of the railroad system with those of the green system or the bus system, because what people see is what people attribute value to. Therefore, the architecture of our systems will require being very appealing so that we are the preferred transportation method. It's not the one that I have to use, but the one that I want to use. And in that way, we can drastically disincentivize the use of individual transportations, either with motorcycles or cars. And going back to the words of Luis Antonio, that is a key factor of this adaptation to climate change.
So that very last component, making sure that people feel proud of or their cities and their transportation system, has become a key factor in order to get more resources towards the system so that it can be the way it should be. And with this, I close my comments. Thank you so much for having invited me. No, thank you, Claudia, for your words. And please, do not log out because we do have a question that we want to make sure that you can get. There are several elements here that have called our attention. Within a system that has a certain level of maturity and obviously still has challenges from now until the future, and we can focus then on this question that I will present later on. But now I would like to hand it over to Paulette Landon, who is the Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences from Universidad Alberto Hurtado, and she has also worked on mobility, and she will contribute with some comments and present us with some challenges. Paulette, the floor is yours. Thank you, Diego. And I want to thank all of the people that have delivered presentations, that have shared their research, or who have made comments in this session. I really like the image that you presented at the beginning, Diego, where you showed us the traffic jam which contaminate versus others that do not. So I'm going to bring up 4 questions, and that is that electromobility, first of all, is here to stay in every city around the world. It's an opportunity, undoubtedly. I think that Latin America and Asia, just as Claudia and Franco mentioned, give us the possibility to look at successful cases, which give us some hints as to some of the things that we need to move forward in, and also some of the things in which we're lagging behind. North, south, east, and west, right? So I want to address this from the perspective of the city inhabitants, those men and women who have rights, rights to access and rights to move around the city. So this right means that we have to put our own capital at stake, but also it implies territories at different scales that must provide opportunities to access to the different means of transportation, but this is mostly given in the opportunities that the territory actually provide. So with this in context, let me pose 4 questions. The first one is, and it has to do with the cases that were just presented, is how can we implement an electromobility policy that do not extend the social inequalities, that decrease the commuting time that most that a large number of the people that live in our cities suffer, especially in the large cities, and also to improve the quality of life of its inhabitants. And when I'm talking about this, I mean trying to identify what are some of the best practices that we can highlight from the different experiences that have been presented so that we can take into consideration and take advantage of for the next transportation and mobility plans in each of our different cities. And for this also to create a more active and sustainable urban mobility at the different scales in the territory where we see tensions. The presentations have shown the importance of infrastructure for large urban areas, which are articulated with public spaces and also people's daily activities, mostly expressed in the multimodal transportation, but mostly pedestrians, because we know that 40% of the inhabitants in a city move around on foot. So, and there we have records that are not fully accurate, but also measuring mobility with a cross-cutting view and not only a sectorial approach, which is one of the things that has affected this development. And together with this, these recommendations that would help us to fight against the mobility crisis at the local and metropolitan areas. So along those lines, how can we create actions from articulated public policies with management tools and instruments that are binding with energy, transportation, housing, planning, and territorial organization? Local governments, central governments see these challenges given the huge citizens' demands. They tend to believe less in the institutions, policies, and democracy. So this cannot be addressed only from one simple sector or with one simple public policy or from isolated disciplinary approaches. Currently, intersectorial approaches are part of the strategy that must be taken into consideration in order to move forward. So two questions stem from these. One is, how can we create mobility and sustainable transportation policies that build the different needs of the population according to their localization, gender, disabilities, but also those who live in segregated areas with high levels of social spatial vulnerability. This just as an example. In a survey in Chile regarding insecurity in the southern part of the city, they say that those places where inhabitants feel less secure is in public transportation, bus stops, and also out in the streets. 5.5 million inhabitants we're talking about, and this also applies to other parts of South America and also Asia. And that is not a minor issue, because when designing public policies for mobility and transportation, if they do not consider these insecurities, you know that in Latin America we are the unsafest, the most unsecure continent in the world. What happens then at the local level? Usually the public policies on transportation are not well considered because stops are not decided based on what people's needs are. Sometimes the trajectories, the pathways are not well considered, doors cannot be open, people cannot go onto the buses. For example, Bajos de Mena, where we have 140,000 people who live in poverty and vulnerability. What happens in these territories if 20% of the income of the middle class were used in order for us to move around the city? Those who are the poorest, they spend over 50% of their income. And then we wonder why we have a public transportation payment evasion. And one of the answers is, well, it's useless, it doesn't get us to the places where we need to go. But also, it means that we need to, on a daily basis, solve, or they need to solve, how they go out from their homes to the healthcare centers, to the schools, to work. And a large part of the solutions for the poverty areas can be solved by paying. That is to say, it becomes a lot more expensive to leave these territories in order to connect to the rest of the city. And that has obviously been studied, and it's related to different types of groups, and it's not always the communities. So, and lastly, regarding the cost of mobility, which we know that is what we know is that these systems, do they consider really gender differences? 65% of the trips for health, for shopping, or to go and care for people are done by women versus 28%, which is done by men. So I believe that research and any contribution that can be made are absolutely key when thinking about the structural design for public policies and urban development that are more comprehensive. Otherwise, we're going to continue moving forward at the metropolitan, national, subnational scales, but the metropolitan areas will lag behind. Yesterday, I had the possibility of talking to the governor of the metropolitan region, and he was talking about the lack of articulation between the government in the metropolitan region in terms of expenditure for a more sustainable public transportation development versus the national budget. So that's what I would like to say, and I would like to try to see if you could address some of these questions that I have posed in the final reflections. No, thank you so much. We believe that having this view is absolutely key. In fact, that should be the main focus of our concern. When we're talking about public policies, we're talking about people, basically. And electromobility, electrical buses, and technology, these are nothing but means. And in the end, we have the satisfaction, meeting a right and a need and an improvement in the quality of life of the inhabitants in a city. And that's why we talk about the right to mobility with all of the other considerations that were mentioned. Thank you so much for that contribution, man. We now have a few minutes precisely for dialogue. We have some concerns coming from the people that are connected online, and obviously the fora is open here if anybody has any queries in the room. And the procedure will be the following. I will ask a couple of questions and some of the brief comments too, so that in the same order that they have presented, they can address some of these questions and concerns. But also, if you're here in the room and you want to ask a question, by all means, feel free to do so. Let me begin then with one concern for Claudia and for Franco. And this has to do with the presentation that you delivered, in which you mentioned cities in Asia and in Latin America. And specifically, very concretely, one or two lessons that we can take away so that we can then transfer on from those two types of cities. What can cities in Asia learn from cities in Latin America, and the other way around too? Especially there's a huge number of areas that are growing in Asia. For example, Hong Kong is a case that cannot be replicated because of many different considerations, right? But what are some of the lessons learned that one can learn from the other and that they can change? Thank you, Diego. That's an interesting question. It's usually the $1 million question, right? But we think that one of the lessons that Latin America can teach Asia, for the cases of Delhi and Jakarta, is what Franco was saying. The urban development decisions are still quite distant from public transportation policies, taking people to what mass public transportation is. Sao Paulo has shown us this since 2014. They've undertaken efforts in order to take in the densities towards these points of mobility, and Bogota also gives advantages to companies like TransMillennium to recover resources resources through real estate projects, especially in the areas where there is a public transportation offer. So this is one of the things that we have been slowly moving forward in Latin America. Seems something key like Delhi or Jakarta, for example, should take into consideration in their public policies proposals. Thank you, Diego. I think that some of the recommendations that we can take go hand in hand with what Claudia has said, what Luis Antonio said, Claudia and Paulette too. It has to do with accessibility, integration, considering egalitarian, inclusive transportation. But this has to do with the way that we design and that we develop the use of public transportation and the use of a car. And what we should be focusing in is on a people-centered development. Highways, for example, really makes us think when we consider the citizens. What do these people mean for the government? Will they only benefit private cars, which are mostly men, the drivers, versus the investment in public transportation, which could have a more inclusive public with different capabilities that can get to different places in the city that are not always easy to get to, given the geography and other elements. There is no other way of accessing. So I believe that the comparison of works that focus on more inclusive approach, making sure that then these transmit what these citizens really mean for the government. The level of motorization in Asia, it's very difficult there to fight against that, because when people are used to taking a taxi or taking a bike, when people have 2-3 motorcycles by household or private cars, I mean, it's not the same level in Latin America yet as it is in Asia. We can still find mechanisms to fight against that level of motorization, because by then it's very difficult, once you're already used to get on a motorcycle or in your private car, to use public transportation again.
Thank you. I had a concern. Jorge said, contrary to what we thought, in recent years, large cities continue to increase their relative weight in the region. And the immediate question would be, well, if that perception changed that we used to have, if the data, in this case the censuses, indicate that this has changed, is this a trend that may continue in future years? Jorge mentioned the projections and so on. And committently, you are saying that census provide us with a lot of information, but why don't we use that more? And even this is related to what a minute ago was said by Claudia, because he said, and Paulette as well, this need for a multidisciplinary intersectoral approach, because maybe the censuses were using them in a very sectorial manner. Jorge, please. Yes, thank you, Diego, for the question. Very interesting and challenging. In my case, you're asking me about the future. I am not going to answer that in terms of the future, but I am going to try and explain the present or understand why I have just shown in the figures happening. Figures are still fragmented because only just gathering the information from the 2020 censuses that in some cases had been delayed on account of the pandemic, but by now most countries have done them or are doing them. There is a technical issue that was important to consider from the viewpoint of measuring. It could be that in our large cities, in our large city segment, or the cities of millions, lose demographic vigor and lose their attraction, especially the largest ones. But there is something that makes that segment still able to continue to increase their relative weight within this city system. And now what is that? Well, there are intermediate cities that gradually move on to become large cities. And so we must always do the exercise. We do it. Of course, we're not showing it here, but there is an effect that comes from another factor that is no longer strictly demographic, but that means that that segment could have an increase or even demographically stable. And that is the gradual transition from intermediate cities close to 1 million to the segment of 1 million and over. So now, yes, answering the question that you asked, I think that there is a possibility that that segment may continue. That is the tip of the pyramid in the city system. It may continue to increase, although we're no longer in the scene of the past with a concentrated flow towards these large cities and so on. Not exactly the same. But nevertheless, all the calculations that we're doing at the moment, 3 or 4, but among them 2 largest, Brazil and Mexico, show us that intermediate cities in general are today those that are more attractive for the purposes of the internal migrants. There's a third factor that's not part of the equation so far, but that will be in the region, especially in some cities, that international migration. And clearly in some cities, I'm thinking of Bogota and Lima, of course, Santiago, that where their migratory attraction may have come down from co-national, but not so for the internationals. And so there was a mass arrival of especially Latin American migrants. This migration was international, but intra-regional, and that they arrived to these cities. And so that combination of factors does allow you to consider that, albeit several parameters of the equation vary, the upper, not everything. The tip of the pyramid could increase its relative weight and increase it. But so far, I think that we've been using our use of censuses basically because there was a scarce expertise or technical ability to use them in relation to these things. In others, yes, the ability was there, and there was a sort of academic and technical habit of producing certain type of information, a certain standard tabulation. But in anything that has to do with cities, you require another type of processing, where you ad hoc define ad hoc what you understand by city. It is not a clear and precise policy. And that requires a lot of technical know-how and experience. And we do have a certain lag, but we are resolving this gradually at ECLAC based on a database, which is the Meralco database, that constructs all the cities of the region and then processes them in migratory terms. And that also offers to all users the Red Atom program that allows you to quickly process census microdata and downloading the Predatum programs that give rise to the matrices. But there are still challenges that go far beyond using the censuses. Today, the challenge is holding them, as many countries know, because there are increasing difficulties for this, and also there's still a lot to be done. Well, thank you very much, Jorge. That was excellent. I cannot but add that when cities are growing, this is showing that production is greater. Let's recall, Latin America, about 82% of the urban population, and in urban cities or urban areas in the cities where greater wealth is created and also where it's distributed. So this growth in the cities is also showing that there are still productivity gains to be made. To what extent, we don't really know. But at what point will we begin to have decreasing or negative growth on account of the agglomeration? And then speaking of cities, speaking of agglomerations, and I would like to ask a question for Jose Gabriel Rodriguez from Costa Rica, as well as Claudia Puentes from Transmillennium, about two things. From the national level, local level, what could we do to improve that connection between these two levels of the state, the local level and the regional level? In this case, Jose David asked how can we improve our relationship with the local governments, and in the case of Claudia, how to improve the relations from the transmillennium, say, local level with a national level. And then, in addition, and as Claudia was saying, clearly there is a projection regarding or estimates regarding growth in the future. She was saying 20 years in terms of transmillennium revenues. So what is the implicit business model and what are the other scenarios? So that construction of the future must be based on the fact that the future is already here, it's now. We are building it little by little. So also at national level, Jose David, how do you see it? What are these scenarios in the future that you have considered and based on which you're working? And now I will first of all hand over to Claudia and then the Vice Minister Rodriguez. Please. Thank you, Diego. I believe that the question you've asked is very relevant, even more so based on what was said just now by Jorge. To include Bogota in a data review that we did a few years back, following your statement that when the city grows, it is because the productivity grows, when in fact Bogota, if you look at it within the region that is connected to legally and in practice, it is part of the region. And now this is the metropolitan region. But functionally, there are markets and a constant exchange of between these surrounding municipalities that work in the periphery, and 40% of the people who live there come into the center during the day and then go back home to sleep. And that demand in transport came down during the pandemic. But when you take a look at what is done in Bogota, the commercial jobs in Bogota are more or less at a standstill for about 10, 15 years. Although at that same time, the industrial GDP has trebled. And so, yes, there is a reflection there, as you have said. And then services. This is each day more important. And because we're competing for the talent. So we want a safe and pleasant city, entertaining, because we know that being a city of this type, we're going to see different professionals setting up, and that they in turn will attract the businessman. And so this commits us to have a very good relationship with the national government to help us balance out these power tensions with the mayors in the region, and where the region offers one service just within Bogota, for example, and does not consider the expansion that you mentioned just now. But it must be necessary to do this together with the mayors, together with the businessmen of each area, and for the benefit of the people who live in the same area or work in another. And they do not have this transport integration. So this has a tremendous environmental impact and an impact on the people's pockets, because these systems are not interconnected, satisfying. And as to what you've asked, whether in our business model that is implicit in these targets, if that does not work, how can we do it? What are the other scenarios? And these other scenarios could be, as we've had so far, to say collateral revenue is very, very low in comparison to what is really needed, and how then we offset that greater cost that the tariff does not cover, well, with current cash transfers. And it's very important to have this conversation with the national levels, and say, for example, in health or certain other social goods, they receive cash transfers from the nation. So transport is a social service, and it's enabling so that people are able to improve their life quality, the access to jobs, and so therefore it makes sense to think of having revenue transfers to help the municipalities to have good transport systems, which does not mean that the municipalities are going to keep still. No, no. We have a tremendous responsibility of managing additional sources of income or revenues. And this is necessary so that at the local level, we're not sufficiently comfortable, but at the same time, have a conversation on having a good transport system that picks up on all of these externalities that occur when you do not have fiscal support, which is a sort of fiscal support. This means we do what we need. Well, one, you do need fiscal support, and you also need to negotiate among neighbors to convene on in developments and investments, to be a facilitator of agreements and of the generation of common assets, of cooperation among different municipalities. I think that that is a very interesting role to be played there.
Thank you very much, Claudia, for your comments. Vice Minister Rodriguez, you have the floor. Thank you. I believe that in this effort to articulate between the national and local levels, there's a need for political commitment. I believe that in this administration, we've made several efforts to articulate agendas and to build joint agendas for public management and at a national level and the local governments through direct coordination between the government and the executive, as well as with the mayors of the region. It can be articulated because of their proximity and also take advantage of the attention of the executive to build a joint agenda. It's an exercise that we've been working on, we've been carrying it out. And these instances can also give way to some other figures like municipal federations that exist here in Costa Rica. And there's other proposals such as creating commonwealths. And it is more sectorial, not territorial, and it should address specific topics that need to be addressed via public policies involving different stakeholders, such as mobility and transportation, including different stakeholders that work together sectorially in order to enable coordination. Another important aspect, and this took place in the last few weeks in order to coordinate the local governments from the national level, is the strengthening through a non-reimbursable fund to 22 municipalities throughout the country out of the 84. It is a significant number in order for them to carry out the territorial organization plans, these cantons. And this will be extremely important for Costa Rica's territorial organization because 22 out of 84 is around 80% that will have a distribution that will be almost complying and followed very closely by President Chavez. There is an increasing interest in promoting territorial organization. I believe we also need to take into account that the public agenda always includes investment projects, national level investment projects that have a local impact. So when we talk about projects such as the electric train from the metropolitan region to San Jose, it is a service, a transportation service that would cross 15 municipalities. So that is also a very important opportunity that is being discussed with all the municipalities involved in order to make it feasible and efficient. This leads to an opportunity to create synergies for investment at a national level with a local impact that this investment would have once the infrastructure is operating and providing the service. So it's important to offer direct support at a local level. Thank you, Vice Minister. There's no doubt that all of these projects that are carried out and have such significant consequences at a local and national level. Luis Antonio Cortés, I would like to ask you the same. What are the main complexities of this relationship between the different levels of government? Are you truly a public company that operates at a provincial level, at a state level? But for example, how do you develop real estate businesses with the local authorities, the ones that have the use of soil? How do you improve this? What are the challenges there? And how do you make these feasible, these business models? How can you take advantage of these co-benefits that we've been talking about in the last few minutes? You have the floor. Well, we have 3 levels of government in Brazil, but we don't have a metropolitan level. So when we talk about large areas such as São Paulo, we have 39 municipalities. And 25 of these mayors should get together to talk. I'm sure it'll be possible, but it is a very difficult articulation that should be guaranteed by a metropolitan authority, which doesn't exist. It exists as in the shape of a company, a state enterprise that has some sort of control over railways, but it does not control the use of soil or local mobility systems. So it's very difficult. But I feel the largest challenge that we face here in Latin America, or at least in Brazil, for sure, is the absence of strategic long-term planning. We have the government, administration changes every 4 years, so we have new plans, which could be the continuity of the previous plan, or sometimes it's the opposite. But we don't have a long-term vision. I think that is a problem. It's a cultural issue, and it's difficult. At least I don't have an answer as to how it should be configured for it to work. But we need to continue to insist on this. In the case of São Paulo, the city of São Paulo, it's interesting. We have land use legislation that I would say is quite modern. But what is our mistake? We only have laws, but the town does not develop projects that would guarantee that what is stated in the law will actually work. So these projects would perhaps allow us to cooperate at the different levels of government, but if for each new line of the metro system, if we could discuss with the municipalities how it will be built, how the surroundings of the metro stations would be configured, we could make progress, but I believe we're still lacking a long-term vision. Those would be offered to us by the strategic plans at a municipal level, but we don't have a cross-cutting solution or vision. At the same time, I feel that the UN and the investment banks or development banks tend to have a very significant role in planning cities in a strategic manner. And if you set these conditioning factors, I've seen many important changes arising from certain conditions from these development banks, the World Bank, the IDB, the CAF. But they somehow help us improve our management system and also the system as a whole. Perhaps setting obligations or insisting on the need for a strategic long-term plan would be positive, which should be followed to guarantee that the projects are truly connected. So if we do that, if we have the certainty that in medium-sized cities, we need to move forward with the metro systems, with rail systems, and we include this into the urban areas and the different neighborhoods that where we will be building new stations, we could somehow replicate the Hong Kong example, because there's nothing so special or so different about it. What is special is that they have somehow found level of understanding and of conversation between the government plans, the territory, and private companies, that it's now operating and working correctly. They've found a solution. They found a way to do it. I'm certain we could find one as well. What we cannot do is not try. Without a first example, we'll have nothing. But if one example works out, then it'll be much easier moving forward. So we have this challenge, but I feel that a well-structured project is a good way to begin. A good example could be the Paris Express. It's not focused on obtaining resources from real estate development, but it does have a planning and mobility and urban structure that is fantastic. And I feel it could be a good example. They're planning to generate 38 million square meters of new construction around these 200 kilometers of new lines. So it's an example of mobility, but mostly it's a project that shows a change in how a city is planned. Of course, it needs to be studied. Each country, each city has its own situation. Thank you. Thank you, Luis. Very interesting, very important to think about long-term planning and the unification of planning. That offers us an opportunity to coordinate between the different levels, authorities. Unfortunately, you're going to have 2 minutes to answer this. You mentioned the need to always be looking at citizens to find these cross-cutting solutions, but that would be part of a renewed narrative in terms of mobility and transportation. We keep saying transportation and not mobility, which is what truly involves people. So how do we achieve that shift? How do we move towards that new narrative? Thank you, Diego. I see it as fully interconnected. I was closely listening to Luis. We had the chance to talk earlier. I feel that citizens are the ones that inhabit a city and know it best. If I don't use public transportation, I could elaborate a positive and a very good design, but the design would have limitations. So one of the dimensions in which the country has advanced, and I mentioned it very quickly, we need public policies that can integrate in many ways, and we also need multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary teams to plan these transport policies. In the case of Chile, the National Territorial Development Area is interesting because thinking of sustainability, thinking of development has to do with the participation of different stakeholders at different scales. If not, the state plans and plans and plans and articulates with the political institutional world, and then the private world comes into certain parts of the project and they are left out. And we need to have the private world participate more in the development and planning of a city. They are just as important as citizens or civil society organizations. I feel that we need to rethink the governance structure of a city, of metropolis. I agree that we should have metropolitan mayors because it isn't enough at this point. We need an institutionality that is flowing with the times, and we have seen that what we're doing now is better than what we had. Chile 10 years ago did not have any transportation policies. We had plans, and they were not as articulated. I remember when the Southern Access was developed, that was part of my doctoral thesis, and it's important to incorporate the gender perspective, for example. So we still need more integrating institutions that will involve all stakeholders. We have challenges there. Each country has its own specificities, and I feel that this needs to go hand in hand with legal aspects,
especially regarding the use of land. And here we have the experts for that. Optimistic, I would insist that on the fact that we need a new political institutionality that includes the different stakeholders from the society. And of course, designs require a multidisciplinary effort. Investments and infrastructures are gigantic. They are the most important ones. It cannot be possible that we do mega investments on infrastructure such as the highway, the speed train, or the subway that does not reach all citizens, unlike housing. Transportation infrastructures should be equal, and we should design it considering that. Infrastructure has a consequence on urban equity and for society as well. Finally, I would like to give 1 minute to Claudia and 1 minute to Franco for some final remarks, the difficult part. Thank you very much, Diego. I would like to emphasize once again on the impact and benefits of public works, highway, a road, the impacts that it has in the land, if it is positive or negative, because it can promote low or high density, if they are appealing or not, if they promote urbanization, who it benefits, and if it resolves traffic issues, and especially how many job positions it creates while building a highway or with road exchange. It produces an impact on the prices of land. It has dense mix issues. It structures the city, and who it benefits and who are the citizens benefited by these systems, and especially how many job positions it can create, not only to build the infrastructure, but also for operation, maintenance, and different areas and expertise levels that are necessary not only to operate the systems, but also for maintenance areas, IT, businesses, etc. And similarly, pedestrian sidewalks, works, bicycle lanes, to compare the impact and the number of green jobs it can create in comparison to a highway. Thank you very much, Franco. I think you're pushing us into the agenda of the future, the roads of the future. We need to change our mindsets to give room to this agenda. I wanted to conclude by thanking you for being here. It was a pleasure to be here with you, sharing our thoughts, and all the people also attending virtually. I wanted to take the first question that Paulette asked, and it was quite a provocative question. She said, how would you imagine a fair mobility policy? She didn't say fair, but that is my interpretation, with good practices, with best practices. In this project, we have learned that an excellent, just or fair mobility policy is human development that prioritizes mobility, not only in terms of cars, but sustainable mobility, one that is articulated in the future, which is mass public transportation and active mobility and collective systems. And she talked about the face of mobility. She mentioned that 40% of people commute walking here in Santiago. And we know, because of the project in phase 1, that at least in cities such as Mexico City, Sao Paulo, and Bogota, 1 out of 3 commutes are done by foot. And they are mostly focused on low-income populations. An important recommendation for public policies is to think about that strong component, which includes infrastructure for that type of mobility, and redirect, and here I'm joining the words of Franco, to see where we are putting our resources and our efforts with new sources such as parking meters or charges due to high traffic, and they can be associated with road safety and better areas to walk. In the same way, we can support the business models that were introduced. And as Claudia was saying, if I implement that business, I can eventually strengthen the operation, not only to cover it, but to see how we can address the population in the outskirts of the cities. Thank you very much. Claudia, Carlos de Miguel, please, the floor is yours. I would just like to add a couple of comments. The long term surrounds short terms. So in fact, if you want to think about a city of the future and you do not plan with all the stakeholders, and especially with mobility demand, we're not only talking about supply, it will be hard for us to obtain the city that we want, only playing with short terms. When we do climate change simulations, we think in the long term, 100 years, 50 years maybe is not enough. And when we plan and we do a lot of urban infrastructure works, the realities determining the city have to do with investments that will determine what happens in the city over the next 100 years. If you work with Mexico City and you put a second floor, or you decide to build a subway, or you decide to work in the coastline instead of doing the subway, or if you want to do underground highways instead of the underground subway, it will determine how the city will be segregated, how the land use around it will continue, and how people will locate in the city. Therefore, some words that have been said here, such as strategic planning with political leadership, with supra-individual governance in the office of the mayor, are very important. But we must not forget what has been said in terms of the human aspect of this, because this is a service for people. And it is not necessarily an issue that involves productivity or efficiency. It has to do mostly with equality and rights that we need to align. Thank you very much for this discussion, because I have taken many notes for the research agenda of my division. Thank you very much, Carlos. Public service, with everything that it implies. With this, we would like to conclude the first segment of the morning regarding urban development and mobility. I would like to reiterate that the documents that have been created in the project can be found in the Urban and Cities platform of ECLAC. We have the link available for those that are with us online. And the reflections, what Franco and Claudia have presented with the series of considerations, will be published jointly between IDOS and ECLAC over the next weeks. Also, a new study or a compilation of studies will be presented with the case of Costa Rica. It will be published over the next weeks. And regarding demographic issues, there are some publications where we have the interventions of Jorge Rodriguez. They are also available in the room and in the urban platform. And like that, for all issues that have been discussed, I would like to thank some institutions that acted as the counterpart here. Some are here in person, some are following us online. They have facilitated this technical support and conducting research and study. The municipality of San Jose, the Planning Secretariat of Bogota, the Urban Development Institute of Bogota, Transmilenio, the subway company of Sao Paulo, ETPM, the planning team, the municipality of Sao Paulo, specifically the Urban Planning Coordination Department. Within that organization, also the Urban Planning Management. And I would also like to say that many of the reflections stated here have been exposed in the practice community of mobility, which is an effort led by GIZ and UTPE, with several forums and interventions that we have been part of. I would also like to thank my colleague Bruno Lana, who has been quite active in the project and in organizing this event, and also Fiona Littleton, Estefania, and Gabriela, my dear colleagues. Thank you very much to all of you. Have a good afternoon. And once again, I would like to repeat that at 2:15, we will join back again in this room to address the segment on circular economy in the mobility sector. Thank you very much. So please be here at 2:15. And for those of you that are online, please remain online, and we will be back at 2:15 Santiago time to talk about circular economy.
Eu posso perguntar aqui. Buenas tardes.
Okay, so good afternoon. Anna, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Anna? Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Now, moving ahead with our closing seminar for this project, Inclusive, Sustainable and Smart Cities. Let us begin then with panel number 2. My name is Luis Fernando Krieger. The officer in charge of the Sustainable Development Policy Unit on the Sustainable Development Policy Unit and Human Settlements to Ariclanca. And the panel that we're going to start today is a panel on circular economy in the mobility sector. So, first of all, I would like to thank very, very much our friends from the GIZ for all of the efforts, for all of the commitment in this whole process, and also for their patience in this whole process. But also the colleagues from the different divisions, in particular the Division of Sustainable Development, but also the unit of Human Settlements, which was leading this process throughout the way. So GIZ, the German cooperation, the divisions, thank you so much for your dedication, for your commitment in implementing the CISI number 2. So circular economy and mobility was one of the components in the Inclusive, Sustainable and Smart Cities project. And we were after two goals when looking at this component: identifying and characterizing some of the pathways for strengthening circularity in the economic sector, but also producing a transition between the current phase of the cooperation and the next stage, which must be focused on the circular economy topic. So the urgency in reducing emissions in transportation through the progressive elimination of internal combustion engine vehicles, it's a big challenge for the current society. The transportation sector is about 25% of the total emissions of greenhouse gases. And in order to maintain global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius, electromobility is one of the crucial solutions. Yet, only focusing on electromobility technologies will not allow us to have success if we do not include a broader circularity approach. So, circularity approach in transportation must consider from cradle to grave the design, the materials, the resources, the energy, in order to materialize all of the benefits in the decarbonization process. So considering the increase of urban areas and the use of electromobility can help us to solve the challenges that we're facing in climate change, the transformation towards more circularity, improving quality air, excessive noise, energy sources, in the case that transportation are connected to renewable energy sources. Connecting the mobility industry with the circular economy has been a concern in different regions. There are some pathways that will allow us to open up the road for the public sector to become more and more circular.
For example, retrofitting diesel buses to electricity is viable, and both financially and technically, and in some countries where this can be replicated and massified with good outcomes in terms of local employment. The main attraction of converting is a cost reduction in terms of investments in order to acquire electrical buses. A lower cost would allow escalating transition more quickly to electromobility and at the same time promote the permanence of materials in the economy. The conversion industry to electrical vehicles is still incipient, including workshops on reconversion and kits and converting to electrical vehicles, although major conversions mostly are now done non-industrially, such as pilot experiences, research, prototypes, or innovation. A second use of the recycling of batteries is another important aspect. Considering the important advance in the use of lithium batteries in electromobility, and especially for public mobility, and the projection in future lines and the need to move ahead with sustainable resources for a second use and the recycling of the batteries in Latin America and the Caribbean, so it is necessary to determine new public policies that are enabled putting forward solutions to overcome the technological challenges and also of infrastructure to facilitate a second use or recycling of batteries and identifying new business models. And lastly, and considering the process desirable as the transition between CC2 and the present phase of our cooperation towards the future phase, promoting a circular economy in Latin America and the Caribbean, is essential to support governments and the productive process for the transition towards circularity, developing strategies and actions for the economy in general and specific sectors. The development of collaboration, such as the Regional Coalition for Circular Economy and public-private dialogue panels, are essential to overcome barriers and implement new policies. Once we require broad political and legal frameworks, the voluntary arrangements are insufficient to promote the scale required of action. What we need is roadmaps, governance, regulatory and financial instruments, and we need metrics in order to move ahead. For this, it is necessary to build a Cephalin intervention for the implementation in the region of the circularity approaches and productive chains, overcoming fragmentation and allowing an appropriate regional intervention by the ECLAC in this area in order to enhance relationship with other regional national players. And this panel, therefore, will introduce experiences carried out in Uruguay, the autonomous city of Buenos Aires, Costa Rica, Chile, Brazil, and the hope is that each time more we may support a strong and decided transition towards circularity in economic sectors that allow us to be part of the construction of economic processes that are more sustainable in Latin America and the world. And so, this is the context, the topics of this panel, which intends to be an exchange of ideas, of wages, and experiences in order to move ahead with electromobility and having an economic sector with an each time more circular approach. So we have a panel, and the streaming may also lead to questions and interventions using the chat. We have a panel divided into two sessions, really. And at the end of each session, we could also have a few Q&A. With the exception of the first presentation by Hannah Fuhrman-Riebel, at the end of which, because since Hannah is in Germany, and on account of the time difference, at the end of Hannah's presentation, we will open up for questions, and then we will continue with the rest of the panel. It is also possible to have simultaneous interpretation in both English and Spanish. available here in the hall as well as by streaming. And so, with this in mind, that the sector of transport and mobility, and especially the transition towards electromobility, be a transition to circularity at the same time. And so we're going to discuss several aspects that could be part of, or doors that could open up ways to each time more complex pathways to build policies that may support us in this sense until we have a deepening of national strategies, the metrics, definitions, and instruments that we may use for the economy in general, and move ahead with a circularity approach for Latin America and the Caribbean. And so let's begin this first part of the afternoon panel with this presentation by Hannah. Hannah will be speaking to us about the consumption aspect. Hannah is a researcher at the German Institute of Development and Sustainability, IDOS, that has been part of this CC2 project, and she will be speaking to us about the role of the consumer in promoting circularity. And so, this is a good approach to begin the panel, and that is why we have put Hannah at the start of this discussion. Hannah, please, the floor is yours. I believe you are on the link. You have 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Many thanks, Luis. Let me share my screen, and please let me know if this works for you. Can you all see it?
Yes, we can see your presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah, many thanks for inviting me. I would have loved to be there in person, of course. I was actually very much looking forward to it. Now, well, due to kind of unfortunate timing, I became pregnant in the process of the project, so I have to join online because long distance traveling is not possible anymore. But yeah, it sounds like a super interesting event, and I hope you already had a great day and will continue to do so. So many thanks for giving me the opportunity to present a virtual input here today. And yeah, as Luis already said, I will give you an input on circular economy and the role of the consumer, which is what I've been working on last year as part of the cooperation between IDOS and CEPAL in line of the CC project. And I was actually going to start my presentation by outlining why we need the circular economy. But I feel that Luis has already done a very great job in arguing for that, especially also regarding the transport sector. So I will just keep it short and just remind us all that we've seen an unprecedented growth in demand for resources over the last years. And there are projections that clearly show that this trend will accelerate in the future. So we really need to do something about it urgently. Otherwise, it will have severe consequences for our environment. And I think we all agree in this round that this is absolutely crucial. So let me leave it at that. And two aspects that I want to focus on, especially here today, are circular business models and consumers. And the two are closely interlinked because demand shift among consumers can foster the development and supply of new business models, which then in turn, of course, require the uptake by consumers to be successful, right? And we've seen that along with technological innovations and tighter environmental standards and regulations, changes in consumer preferences and also an increased willingness to pay for green products have been main drivers of circular business models in the past. So basically, without consumers being able and also willing to engage in those circular business models, the whole circular economy transition won't be possible. So what I then did, so this presentation is based on a paper that I wrote, is I took this framework, which outlines different barriers that are important for circular business model development. And as you can see, there are, for example, regulatory barriers, financial barriers, organizational barriers, value chain barriers, technical barriers, and also consumer barriers. And this is what I'll be zooming in today. So just to give you kind of the broad picture that this is one aspect, which is of course very important, but it's one of many aspects that need to be considered. So I think this is always crucial when we talk about the different elements, maybe also in other presentations, that it always needs the larger picture. And I will now zoom in on this particular aspect. And what I then did in the paper is I looked at different consumer barriers and I organized them according to 3 levels. So we have the macro level, which describes the economic context. Then we have the meso level, which looks at consumers' social environment, and the micro level, which describes individual level characteristics. And I then outline different consumer barriers according to the different levels and give a short description of them. I give examples for different sectors. So in the paper, I look, of course, at the transport sector, but also at other sectors such as plastics and fashion. And then I also outline options for policymaking. And I will now guide you through those 3 levels. And don't worry, I will not zoom in on each of them in detail. But yeah, for the sake of completeness here, you can see the full table. So at the macro level, I focus on 3 main consumer barriers, which is supply and availability, access and infrastructure, and the price. And for example, looking at supply and availability, of course, if there's no availability of circular business models in the market, consumers cannot make use of them, right? So this is the first necessary prerequisite that we need for the whole circular economy to work. And for example, looking at the transport sector, if there are no car or bike sharing services or no solid public transport options, then of course we can't ask consumers to make use of them. So from a policy perspective, it is crucial here to really develop a regulatory framework that favors circular business model supply, and then also to develop eco-design guidelines, to offer financial support for circular business model development, invest in circular startups, etc. So there are many options that policymakers have to really foster the supply of circular business models. And then, of course, for example, also the price, we often see it that circular products, unfortunately, are still more expensive than conventional alternatives. For example, regarding electric vehicles, in many cases, they are more expensive than combustion engine cars, and we can't expect consumers to be willing and also to be able to always pay this higher price. So policymakers really need to ensure that market prices reflect the full environmental costs of a product, and this can be done, for example, through demand-side subsidies or tax exemptions, etc. So coming to the meso level, as I said, this describes the social environment. Here I focus on social norms and social status, because we know that consumer behavior is deeply rooted in social norms. So people tend to follow what other people around them are doing or approve of doing. So I'm a behavioral economist myself, and I work a lot with social norms, and we really see that we orient ourselves a lot on what other people are doing. So if often it is the case that circular business models are not the norm yet, and this can be quite problematic to then really achieve a critical mass of consumers making use of them, if hardly any other people are engaging in those business models. For example, people may be reluctant to make use of car bike sharing services if they live in regions where it is just not popular at all and hardly anyone makes use of it, right? And then also this is closely linked to social status, because many products in general are status symbols, and we link this very closely to our consumption patterns. And especially in the case of big cars, this is quite important, because cars in many cultures are status symbols. And this, of course, can hinder people from purchasing smaller or more sustainable cars, and also from engaging in sharing models, right? And not being not needing to own their own car. So here, really, policymakers, what they can do is they can help to promote circular business models to become the norm. And for example, what we know from behavior research is that if we inform people about trends, because often those circular business models, they are not the norm yet, but they are becoming more and more popular. So if we inform people about those positive trends, they may be more likely to also try them out. And also policymakers can use advertisement, also make use of social media to really try to make those circular business models more popular and increase status symbols in that regard. And then finally, coming to the micro level, here, as said, I focus on individual level characteristics. And this can be, for example, habits and convenience, desire for ownership, security or quality concerns, and also lack of information or familiarity, environmental knowledge and education, and environmental awareness and concern. And just to kind of briefly zoom in, we all know that our consumption patterns are deeply rooted in habits, so it can be quite difficult to break those consumption habits. So we need to make it as easy and as convenient for people to make use of circular business models, for example, by changing defaults to circular options. Regarding the desire for ownership, policymakers can try to disincentivize ownership, for example, through high charges for car parking lots, which makes it less attractive for people to own their own car. Then also here regarding lack of information or familiarity or environmental knowledge in general, many people are just not aware of the consequences of their consumption patterns regarding their environmental impact. So it's really crucial to educate consumers and to already integrate knowledge on the circular economy in schools, for example, to start early on, and to try to increase environmental knowledge and awareness in the whole society. And as said, I'm a behavior economist, so we know from various research that behavior insights can be quite useful to design information campaigns and consumers' choice environment more effectively. So for example, as I already said, to make use of social norms or of defaults, behaviorally informed information campaigns, this can be quite helpful in that regard. And then just lastly, what I also point out in the paper, that of course, I gave you this framework in the beginning, right? That consumer barriers are one important aspect of many different aspects. And I argue that it's actually quite effective to really influence the consumer, because they then again can insert new pressure on policymakers, which can again lead to new regulatory frameworks that can influence both the supply and the demand side. So there may actually be positive spillover effects of focusing more actively on the consumption side, which is often disregarded in the discussion. So I think that is quite unfortunate, and actually it's very important because of the positive snowballing effects that can result. So as said, this is based on a paper that I wrote. Here you can find the link to the paper. Of course, I can also share it afterwards if you're interested. It's called The Role of the Consumer and Systemic Policy Mixes for Circular Business Models in the EU. And also maybe just to mention, as another project output, I'm working also on a separate paper regarding the circularity of electric vehicle batteries in the EU, which will be available shortly also. So yeah, if you have any questions, just please get in touch, and I very much look forward to your feedback. Many thanks.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation. Just stay a little bit more to check if there is any question for you. Abrimos ahora la posibilidad de alguna pregunta.
We would like to know if there's any questions from the audience or online on Hannah's talk on any aspect of consumption mentioned by her. Yes, Diego. Thank you, Luis. Is Hannah receiving the interpreting? Yes, she is. Yes, she is. No problem. You can speak in Spanish. Basically, Hannah's presentation, in which she is considering in the business models, I see she's referring to the loading stations. Can you please approach the microphone? Thank you. In the examples for the transportation sector, for the circular economy, reference is made to the need to count on these charging stations and the availability for parking. This was somehow mentioned in the morning as well. And in these charging stations, there is some concern regarding the experience, the difficulty in achieving access to the land where these charging stations need to be installed. In a city, a given city, it's very difficult to find empty spaces, or different things need to be done in order to transform spaces into charging stations. There are some areas that are deriving or concluding that it is a difficult and laborious task to find and install these charging stations because of the lack of land. So the transformation of land use is important. There needs to be some sort of guidance from the perspective of the circular economy.
Not entirely. So maybe, Luis, if you could briefly summarize, that would be helpful.
No, basically, I was referring to the lack of land in urban centers, and that's not easily available to have electric vehicles charging stations. And at the same time, we can view, or we can have a look on land according to circular economy, to the possibilities of recycling land, to the possibilities of recycling buildings, and so on. Basically, that was the question.
So you mean that the problem is that often charging options are not available yet? Or what was your comment?
Precisely. That is not available due to the lack of land. And that's one of the obstacles that apparently it's the case.
Yeah, I mean, do you mean due to the lack of land in a way that it's like that the space is not available? Because
yes.
I think in cities, at least what I know from Germany or the EU, space is not really an issue. So they are quite modern or effective charging options by now. So they don't need a lot of space. What I see rather as a problem that, especially in rural areas, the kind of density of charging options is still quite limited, even in, I think, countries that are considered to be already advanced regarding electric mobility here in Europe. I think in the cities, at least from a European perspective, it's not really a problem. So actually, last week here I saw charging options that were in the ground. So they basically don't take away any space, but it's really in the rural areas where you don't have this density. So you really have to plan your travel quite accurately if you don't want to risk running out of charging options on your way. And this kind of refers to the table that I was showing you. Right, so in first instance, we have the macro level. So we need the supply and the availability of such options before we can ask consumers to make use of them. And of course, if the whole infrastructure is not in place, then we can't ask consumers to only drive electric vehicles. So it's really, I mean, ideally, policymakers target all three different levels jointly. So they make sure that the availability of circular business models such as charging options for electric vehicles is in place, but then also at the same time influence the social environment and make sure that people actually make use of them, and of course help to remove individual barriers such as I don't know, for example, quality concerns, lack of familiarity, habits, etc. So to really have this systemic policy mix that targets all three levels jointly. So I hope this kind of answers your questions. If not, then yeah, please follow up.
Thank you very much, Ana, for your presentation. We appreciate that. Muchas gracias, Ana.
Thank you very much, Ana. We'll continue now with a presentation by Stephanie Rondon. Stephanie Rondon is a research assistant at the Sustainable Development Policies Unit at ECLAC, and she's going to talk to us about some guidelines on circular economy that could be included in the mobility sector. We made a summary about the actions that we carried out during the project. So they could be translated into guidelines to build policies. Stephanie will be sharing the experiences, and we will then move on to more specific cases, such as the different countries or the batteries, etc. Stephanie, offer us a summary on the guidelines for inclusion in the mobility sector. Thank you, Luis. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Could you please upload my presentation? Thank you. I would like to begin by following up on what Hannah said regarding the consumption initiatives. We, in the framework of this project, the CC project with Uruguay and Buenos Aires, we also talked about consumption. In the case of the diagnosis of the roadmap in Buenos Aires, in the autonomous city of Buenos Aires, we took a look at three main indicators. We used the GDP for the priority value chains, the number of companies that were signed up in this value chain, and the number of jobs that were generated by the value chain. Based on these three main indicators, we were able to prioritize 14 value chains that belong to four main sectors: manufacturing, services, commercial, and construction sectors. So from these value chains, we analyzed some indicators that had some relationship with consumption and efficiency in the use of resources that had to do with some environmental indicators, economic, social, and institutional indicators as well. More specifically, the consumer indicators had to do with the value chain, where we included transportation, energy, water, gas, and also residue disposal. Based on all these value chains, we also identified the circular economy strategies for the promotion of sustainable practices in consumption. Here we have Anaí Lopez, who will also be talking about what this study was about in the autonomous city of Buenos Aires. In the case of Uruguay, the national strategy on circular economy for Uruguay, which we will be hearing from Laura about, looked at the metabolism of the economy. We looked at 5 main pillars, and these 5 pillars include the consumption, and we also have it in the circular economy, but the consumption in the 5 main pillars is referred to specifically in the final empty consumption, the macro level in the national production, and imported consumer goods such as electronics, textile, household items, among other goods.
These different consumption goods, especially for the circular economy national strategy of Uruguay, are sold in the country, they are imported, and they require specific measures. Because often the election and the materials to design these take place outside of the country. That is why they take this line of action as the main axis point. Within the cross-cutting lines, it is focused mostly at a micro level with the end consumption for citizens and to create a circular culture and a change in behavior for citizens. That in regards to consumption, I just wanted to add this to the comments of Hannah for consumption. Now, going into the subject itself with transportation, this sector, and we know this with all the research that we have been conducting, and based on different forecasts, this is only an example of the forecasts of this sector with the intensive use and demand of these resources at a worldwide level. This sector demands the use of materials and metals. Here, we have a deaggregation in the numbers of materials that are critical for each one of the components for electrical mobility. This is only an example. We can also map with some other studies the critical materials and their location in the world. Here, there's another study that we took as reference. How does circular economy contribute to satisfy the demand of materials in electromobility, and how we can get to high percentages to satisfy the demand in the different countries? This is an example of how circular economy can satisfy these demands. Now, going into the topic itself, at the end of 2022, we published the outlook of the roadmaps for circular economy for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. In that publication, we did a survey of 9 documents, and we were able to survey 261 initiatives, actions that we were able to subdivide by axis or sector. Here we can see the number of sectors that we could map, and specifically for the transportation sector, they do not reach 3%. But these initiatives that were stated in these roadmaps are strictly related to national contributions of the different countries, and they are relevant to contribute to a comprehensive view of the transition, the current productive structure, from a linear one to a circular one. These are the initiatives that we found in this roadmap, and they include Colombia, the White Book of Circular Economy of Ecuador. They're quite heterogeneous, but they respond to the productive structure of the country, regardless of the heterogeneity of the initiatives presented. For instance, the roadmap of circular economy in Colombia is related to the optimization of waste as resource for recovering certain types of materials, in this case, scrap that comes from the mobility sector. For the case of the White Book of Circular Economy in Ecuador, their actions are mostly focused on a comprehensive mobility with the inclusion of electromobility, but it is broader. Based on this, what we did to be able to have input for this document that will be soon published was to take certain elements or initiatives or actions from some of the studies that have been published in the framework of the CISI project to get to know the initiatives in the sector with a circularity perspective. Now, taking the diagnosis of the roadmap on circular economy of the autonomous city of Buenos Aires, we looked at the actions prioritization based on the value chain, especially for the value chain of transportation. With this, we were able to map 20 measures of circularity that contribute to visibilize the life cycle of transportation. This is through the design of new products, or smarter design of products or services, visibilizing certain parts of products to extend the life and their parts, and a more useful application of materials by promoting recycling systems, waste for the sectors to add value to the circular chain. In the National Circular Economy Strategy of Uruguay centered in transportation, the initiatives presented in the strategy regarding the sector have to do with strengthening public transportation and active mobility, promoting electrical mobility and the use of alternative fuels, and managing and valuing the waste that is created in this axis. That also includes lithium-operated batteries. We also took the study from Costa Rica, and Claudia was able to add some comments on that study. We looked at the benefits of sustainable mobility in the San Jose metropolitan area, where we looked at urban development to create sustainability locally that have to do a lot with national competencies. This is based on the use of land, the limitation of parking spaces in real estate projects to promote a more active mobility and the use of public transportation. Another document that we also considered as input to add it in our document was this document regarding circularity and waste management for the public transportation sector. This document analyzes 5 cities in the region to get to know the advancements of electromobility, the barriers that these cities have faced to promote electromobility, and the opportunities that they have found. Based on all this input provided by this researcher in this document, certain business models associated to waste management and public transportation were presented, and they had to do with each one of the parts of public transportation in the city: batteries, tires, chassis, engines, the chairs within the buses, the seats, and each one of their use to be able to go back to the circular chain. Another study that we took as input had to do with the retrofit of electrical buses, the economic and financial impact in the reconversion of electrical vehicles that Georgina Chipoleta will be commenting on soon. This document that will also be published soon included the evaluation of different alternatives of transportation and viability to look at the economic and financial feasibility. And in this case, retrofit was the most economically viable alternative because it improves productive chains, it promotes employment, and increases the creation of local capital. Another study that we included within our input had to do with a regulation proposal for electromobility batteries that will be developed later on. And this document speaks about how to extend the life of batteries based on its second use, specifically in its use for energy storage, those batteries that come from the public transportation infrastructure. So it's very interesting. This is based on electronic registration or battery passport for these products and their traceability. This document concludes or has a specific chapter on the guidelines that could be included for the transportation system in circular economy strategies. These guidelines can be used for any sector, but we wanted to give an outlook so that this could be added within the circular economy strategies. For instance, describe the context and define the general objectives of the strategy for this specific transportation sector. Also analyze the metabolism of economy and the priority resources flow. Here I'm adding an image of the Sankey charts that are used for the analysis of the metabolism of economy. And here, based on the experience of Buenos Aires, some working tables were set up by the stakeholders of this value chain or the different priority value chain stakeholders to then create scenarios, baselines, forecasts to contribute to the goals that could be considered for this sector, specifically in line with the objectives of climate change and the contributions that have already been published by the countries. Afterwards, the priority action axes can be stated, goals, initiatives, and actions to be implemented, hopefully in the short, mid, and long term. we also suggest for these objectives or goals to be seen over time through monitoring and follow-up for circularity indicators, not only at a macro level, but at a micro and meso level through organizations and private companies, and through the micro level by looking how improvements are being made for products, the number of recycled material as well. Other aspects, cross-cutting aspects that should also be included in this sector are governance, which is very important. We have addressed it broadly. Also, initiatives for awareness and education for citizens, also having funding and resources available to implement these goals, objectives, and lines being prioritized, and also gender perspective. This document will be soon published for you to refer to it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stephanie, for this overview on the experiences that we had and those that we ended up translating into guidelines or suggestions for actions or policies in the publication that can be useful for the mobility sector to become more circular over time. Now, based on this overview that is a summary of the activities that started in this topic of mobility and circular economy, we could now go in depth with those experiences and go into more detail into each one of them. Let's start with two very interesting experiences of building circular economy strategies, one at a national level and the other one for one of the large cities that we have in the region. And this city is the city of Buenos Aires. And the country is Uruguay in terms of the national experience. We will have presentations from Anaí Lopez. She is a circular economy manager of the autonomous city of Buenos Aires. And then we have Laura Lacague, who is a joint coordinator of the environmental unit. She is an advisor for the Ministry of Industry, Energy, and Mining of Uruguay. Starting with Anaí, it is interesting to see that the diagnosis work that was done allowed to build the strategy, and at that moment, the different sectors that could be included to implement that strategy started being discussed. So it's a very interesting example of how to build a public policy, but that couldn't be done without a diagnosis to then create a good strategy for the sectors that we want to achieve, to reach as we are reaching right now. So this is an initiative that has a continuity in several sectors that are considered priority. So Anaí will tell us about that experience of building a diagnosis and a roadmap for circular economy for the autonomous city of Buenos Aires. Anaí, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I will please upload my presentation. So I would like to start by thanking you for having invited me to share with you the whole diagnosis process on this first circular economy strategy for the city of Buenos Aires. I also want to thank ICLAC and also the GIZ. Thank you so much. So in 2021, the city of Buenos Aires enacted the Circular Economy Framework Law, which precisely establishes the guidelines for the implementation of the circular economy through the design of a cross-cutting strategy in government areas, and obviously by trying to bring together also the private sector. And it was done in the second semester last year, and it was thanks to the diagnosis that we carried out in the first semester. The objective of the diagnosis is to analyze the value chains with the greatest potential in the city of Buenos Aires to adopt circular economy practices. Therefore, All the work contributes towards the objective of sustainable development goals of the 2030 agenda. It also contributes towards the climate action plan that the City of Buenos Aires has, also the Waste Zero Act in the City of Buenos Aires. Now, before moving forward and delving into the diagnosis, let me tell you a little bit about the City of Buenos Aires. The center in the metropolitan area has 200 square kilometers of surface. It has a relatively stable population of about 3 million inhabitants. As we saw in the diagnosis, since it has such a large economic activity, it receives an additional 3 million people on a daily basis. In terms of environmental data, we create 8,500 tons of waste per day. It treats 7,500 of them, and 61% of them are recovered. You can see in this graph the composition of the solid waste. It recovers 61%. First of all, we have construction and debris. The City of Buenos Aires also has a quite complex systems when it comes to transportation. As most large cities, it has underground or metro, subway, buses, taxis, and 1.6 million inhabitants. Most of them are liquid fossil fuel, and some are also gas fueled, and it's 10% of the national basis. In 2023, we proposed the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and there's quite ambitious goals that will have been established by 2030. The city promotes a 53% reduction and 84% by 84. And out of all of the sources of greenhouse gases, 53% or 54% is energy. And secondly, we have transportation, which is, and then waste. So the city has already been working for many years in the sustainable mobility plan. There, the City of Buenos Aires creates sustainable mobility, and it has 200 kilometers of bicycle lanes. It has increased since 2015 by 77% the use of the bicycle, and all of that is within the sustainable mobility plan. So, to move forward in the diagnosis, then we already know that it's quite a complicated city. Buenos Aires has high levels of economic activities, and it has important demands for natural resources and energy, but it has an infrastructure that has been developed in order to carry out an analysis of the value chains in order to adopt circular economy practices. As Stephanie said, and now going straight into the diagnosis, which was analyzing the value chain, first of all, we were looking for an equitable participation, and in this case, we looked at the geographic gross product and the main sectors in the economic activity, which represent about 87% of the share in the geographic gross product, considering number one, services is that sector with a share of 59%. Secondly, we have the commerce sector. And when I talk about services, I'm talking about transportation, I'm talking about cultural services, leisure activities, real estate. And on the next slide, we have a more breakdown of these, a better breakdown. Secondly, we have the commerce sector with 15% retail and wholesale. And then thirdly, we have the manufacturing industry with 3%, as the slide shows, in the participation of the geographic gross product, followed by public procurement and construction. And there's there's a better breakdown here of these sectors. So when we talk at the cumulative amount of the 14 value chains that make up these four sectors, the participation of companies is over 70%, and in the case of registered wage earners, it's over 50%. In terms of methodology, well, we collected information with a qualitative and quantitative methodology. Regarding qualitative, we considered the specific indicators of these 14 value chains classified in 4 different categories: environmental, economic, social, and institutional. And in the environmental institution for each of these value chains, we considered water consumption, just as Stephanie mentioned, energy and gas consumption, and also waste generated. For the economic, we considered the companies register variation in the gross product. In the social is the formality rate and informality rate. And in institutions, those measures that the government has associated to each of the different value chains. In terms of results, well, the first snapshot in the value chains that we can show you before going into the results, let me start by saying that collecting information was quite heterogeneous with the different measurement units. So we had a normalization where we consider the scale going from 0 to 1, where 0 is the scenario which is the least ideal, and 1 is the most ideal scenario for each of the indicators with their analysis dimensions. In the graph, you can see the 14 value chains that were analyzed with each of the different dimensions. On the right-hand side, you can see the results of the main ones. For example, in the case of the environment dimension, which focuses on higher consumption, first we have hotels, then retail, real estate services. But in the case of the social dimension, with a higher informality rate, we have confection, rail transportation, and then thirdly, textile. In the economic dimension, with the lower contribution to the geographic gross product, we have rubber and plastic, textiles, editing, and printing. So with these results, I also wanted to talk about the results and the institutional indicators. This is the qualitative side of the story, the snapshot of what the city is doing in terms of measurements, regulation, and projects. There are 86 strategic planning background information, mostly with the regulatory frameworks that are part of the Climate Change Act, Circular Economy Law also, which is where this design stems from, amongst some others. And the interesting thing, especially from this slide, is that the circular economy strategy that the city truly promotes are based on reduction, recycling, and rethinking. But also the areas that have the most important impact in the city of Buenos Aires are waste and, secondly, energy. The indicators or the results from the first snapshot, as well as the institutional indicators, it gave us certain recommendations and the prioritized sectors. This is what we got from the diagnosis, recommendations on prioritized sectors. And I would like to highlight or focus on 3, or rather even 2 of all of these recommendations. The first one is to work in clusters, prioritization of sectors, clustering. This allowed us in the second stage to have quite a robust approach on this on behalf of the private sector, having a cross-cutting approach when thinking the different lines of work that are part of that final document. Also, the recommendation is to have a governance scheme, one executing agency, which was us, but also other parts of government participating in circular economy, and also the different thematic committees and the private sector. These were the 3 sectors with the highest priority: transportation, the sustainable mobility plan is considered here. This contributes towards that plan, but also towards the action, the climate action. And we believe that there are important opportunities when working with transportation. The city of Buenos Aires, within the framework of this strategy, is going to work on tires and batteries. And we see a good opportunity here because in the case of tires, when talking to private companies, we were able to see that almost 90% of them are monetizable. In Argentina, there are many companies that are valuing and monetizing these resources, but there are no clear rules for those who receive this waste and the manufacturers. There are actually 3 manufacturing companies that are quite important in Argentina, and they don't have clear rules as to put together a management plan with this resource. So there's a lot of informality taking place. The goal and the aspiration is based on some of the data that we have here. There are about 14 to 18,000 tons a year of tires being produced on a yearly basis, and knowing that it's monetizable, therefore it is important to work on this. And the aspiration is to work on a producer extended responsibility. In the case of batteries, only 6% of them go through the formal system. It's a national traceability system, and almost all of them should be valued, but there's no clear rules in this sector either, especially to work with the assets that are usually that are part of these batteries. And I want to mention some of the other 2 sectors also. The second one is textile and apparel, also the food sector. We work here in clusters. In the case of textile, the city of Buenos Aires, in waste management, 4% of the textile products. We don't know whether it's a post or pre-consumption, yet it's interesting to work on this because the city of Buenos Aires has 2 important textile pools, and therefore there's a great opportunity to address that. And in the case of food, there are some lines of work which propose a strategy. And I'm only going to mention them, and that is a single-use plastic and the organics line, but also all of the food waste. This is just some pictures of the process in the elaboration which was carried out thanks to the diagnosis. All the diagnosis was useful in order to face the second stage. There was quite a robust participation, over 40 companies, over 100 participants, and we've been able to agree on more than 100 courses of action, 8 lines of action, 22 of them with corresponding terms. Maybe I went too fast, but I hope that I was clear enough. But I'm open to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Anaí. Very interesting experience. And now I would like to move on to the implementation and work with the sectors that were prioritized experience. The 2 experiences work as a sort of bridge between experiences of the phase of smart, sustainable cities and the second phase, which is of the circular economy. So these experiences, roadmaps, national strategies, instruments must be elaborated on and expanded towards the next stage of cooperation, and we have started doing that now in this phase. And so the experience of Uruguay, in that sense, is an experience of having a national strategy. And I would like to say that Laura is going to speak about this experience now. But the interesting thing is that before beginning, there was already a series of very good projects with very good outcomes. And they were, so to speak, isolated. There was no conversation or a joint strategy. And the difficulty was precisely to turn the good assets that they already had in terms of actions, discussions, projects, and outcomes, and transform those good experiences into a national strategy. So that was a major challenge. And well, now Laura is going to talk about the process in a moment. But we did have that very interesting initial context. But then also, then afterwards, there was another interesting situation because the process, we thought it was clear, produced a very good governance structure. So after seminars, discussions, and identification of priorities, metabolism, a number of necessary aspects for the strategy to be put in motion, there were interesting ministries involved, not only industry, which is very novel. The Ministry of Industry had the first initiative, and it involved not only the energy, but also the environment, agriculture, and cattle rearing, and finance. And then this led to a governance, also characterized within the strategy, that in turn will allow for a very interesting process in terms of implementation. So this is also another very important aspect to highlight, because good governance, or without good governance, you cannot move ahead. And so the process itself of putting together the strategy allowed building a very interesting governance, and that today allows us to speak of the implementation. Laura, who is advisor of the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining in Uruguay. Thank you for coming. The floor is yours. Well, good afternoon. And I too, same as Anaí and Stephanie, like to thank ECLAC and the technical team that have accompanied us in this very motivating process, also very productive. I'm not going to say much because I believe that my colleagues here have said almost everything regarding the national circular economy strategy in Uruguay. And so, for example, the reason why Uruguay decided to go ahead with the strategy had to do with what you mentioned, the number of views and experience in Uruguay. And this was part of the unification. That was precisely one of the aims, and creating value based on the circular economy as an opportunity. And in addition, this definition of priorities, that is part of a major negotiation in the process and is what we were able to develop. So very summarily, those were the aims of the strategy. And what we will see now is the process as such. The strategy involved a description of the background, the circular economy around the world, and analyzing the Uruguayan economy, which is apparently a very important starting point, and to determine the priorities with which the strategy was approached through what ECLAC contributed, which was essential, and that is the methodology. The Inclusive, Sustainable and Smart Cities project allowed us to work with a methodology and a logic that was very important, because we were coming from another process of having tried a few months before to devise a strategy and were not able to do it. So their contribution was essential. And then the action strategies that the government of Uruguay already had as an initiative, and that somehow may be included in the 9-chapter paper, and includes the process, how the transformative paradigm, the circular economy, how to consider production systems, consumption, as we were seeing earlier, taking very much into account, and that is what the strategy says, this fair transition and gender equality, two aspects that we considered in the strategy. And of course, highlighting the benefits of the circular economy. we also adopted national strategies and plans that gave us not only an input to draft the strategy as such, but will later on be essential to implement the strategy. I repeat, the contribution by ECLAC, methodology, and how we study the metabolism of the Uruguayan economy, and how we study the flow of resources, the conceptual contributions provided regarding the theory of change that the entire technical team was taught, and also it was important to outline the definitions in the technical team, the concepts that must be considered with one same approach, because the strategic approach and strategy is essential. This was shared not only by the technical team, but also in those workshops, as the one held in Buenos Aires, that we also did with people from the public sector as well as the private, and led to the strategy later on as such. Well, that is an extremely summarized version of the entire process. And as Luis said regarding governance, that now I will recall flying through the aims that we all aligned with, which has to do with a general aim of creating sustainable systems for production and consumption directed towards the circular use of resources and keeping generating value and regenerating natural systems. The idea is to strengthen public policy, including monitoring, to know if you're moving ahead or stalled or moving back, and then further R&D for the circular models, further initiatives for R&D, such as eco-design, extension of the useful life, recovery of materials, energy, water, the use of biomass in cascade, and the shared use of resources, and promoting a culture for circular economy. So those were the aims with which, well, there was no discussion. On the contrary, we spent long days in order to come to an agreement. And even discussing the definition of such as of the circular economy, there are 1,000 books on this and as many definitions. So as a government, we all had it to be aligned in terms of what we wanted and how we're going to determine our circular economy. So that was part of the process carried out. Now, this integrative approach was part of CICI, and what the methodology contributed by ECLAC brought us to was these estimates of the different metabolisms of the economy, how our economy was formed, information on all available sources in the country. And from these, we somehow analyzed what we called the flow of resources. We speak of the flow of resources because, just to give you an example, biomass is defined by, for example, meat or agriculture. But we wanted to see it from the viewpoint of production all the way to final consumption on the table. And so that is why we called it flow and not chain, sector, or the different ways in which it is known. And so we had this famous diagram that helped us to determine what we call the 5 priority flows, and with which the Uruguayan economy is based on this. And also, we were concerned with the relevance in the process of production and consumption. Not only did we determine the priority based on the dimension of that flow in the diagram and the data provided by the study. So here we determined 5 biomass, goods and use, consumer goods and use, energy and mobility, construction, housing and infrastructure, and lastly, water. As I said, these are flows that determine not only the economic factor as such, but also the relevance. Because as you know, in our continent and also in our country, we're seeing situations of extreme drought, and water has become a fundamental, essential resource. But usually we don't see this as we should. And so here we've determined it as a priority. Now, here's the typical butterfly diagram, Ellen MacArthur. I will not get into it, but merely say that in the BioValue project that we had in Uruguay that ended in 2020, and in fact introduced the issue of the circular economy to the country. But technical teams that worked in that team determined a third wing in this famous butterfly diagram of Ellen MacArthur, and this third one has to do with energy, because the technical people, and we shared with them the relevance of energy as a resource as such, and that the surfaces are able to be recirculated tremendously. And now when I continue, you will see that Uruguay here has an aspect that precisely has to do with how we are defining mobility, which is an activity for us generated by the needs and desires of people, and depending on the location of the different resources and activities in the territory. But most importantly still is that mobility is a means and not a goal in itself. It is a derived demand. But in recent decades, this concept has been expanded from the traditional historical concept of transport, mainly focused on the displacement of vehicles, motorized vehicles, and the infrastructure. And so this somehow responds to part of what I wanted to convey to you. That is how we see mobility and transport and energy. She corrects herself. And so the contribution by circularity to innovation, we saw this reflected based on this, which is the value chain. And this was an ECLAC consultant that introduced us to this. And he proposes these categories: pre-use, use, and post-use. And that somehow, in turn, reflects circularity and how it generates economy. And precisely, it's with this flow of energy and mobility, we, based on this, determine the different strategies that are there that you cannot see, of course, and I am going to tell you that this circular design, on the one hand, the optimal use and the recovery of value. And so what we did was to determine a series of strategies, and here you cannot see anything, but anyway, I'm going to tell you about some, not too many, because otherwise I'll go beyond the time. But we also did an analysis of instruments and initiatives, such as, for example, we defined the regulations, the incentives that could have been economic or other, the development of skills and information systems, and how those instruments and initiatives that promote the development of these strategies.
For example, in circular design, this is how it looks, including criteria for circularity and resilience in the energy sector, and promoting the circular business models, including the sustainable mobility dimension and all the other territorial planning processes, It has been mentioned earlier, and it's so important to have it on the list of possibilities. Multimodality. I apologize for repeating myself, but I think we're all very much aligned, and it's all very clear in terms of what we need to do. Multimodality and the transportation of passengers. These were the strategies defined for circular design. The analysis and reflection and technical work was defined in terms of the regulations to see what we need to do to integrate sustainable modalities without the territorial planning instruments that were also mentioned earlier. This is an issue that doesn't necessarily require that many resources, but it requires dedication. We need to think about where these places would be, where people would deploy. Restricting the access of highly contaminating vehicles, it seems quite obvious, but if it's not done, we will continue to have pollution in our cities, and we are not stimulating all other. So we need to improve infrastructure and perhaps have sidewalks. I'd like to share with you that the University of the Republic in the north of the country has strong development, strong decentralization. There are university campuses, but they didn't have any sidewalks in order to access the campus. There was grass. So that discourages people from walking to the campus. So it's important to encourage the users with improvement of infrastructure, including adequate lanes so that the roads are safer, etc. Then the development of capacities, that's another instrument that has been extremely important, promoting training, planning for mobility, make it sustainable, research programs, projects that can address specific matters and things related to health. Once we offer information on how to better walk, how this improves cardiovascular events in our country, we have one of the highest mortality rates due to cardiovascular illnesses. And another instrument that we've seen that is extremely relevant is having applications available, online services in real time for questions on operation times, on transit, and the lack of information sometimes also discourages the use of public transportation when it is not easy and when it is not timely, in fact. As we were saying, we can establish performance indicators to assess the mobility objectives and make them public. These are two aspects that we believe are extremely important. I will not continue on because I will be cut, the time will end, but basically all this is in the oven, almost ready, and I would like to invite you all to learn about the strategies that we have in the initiatives that we have in the strategy. I'd also like to mention that the achievements that we hope to see involve fossil fuels extending the useful life of materials, and as I also mentioned, it's important to improve the health of the population. It's our main interest, offering access and opportunities. And the flows are 5, and I barely scratch the surface in this regard. We need to execute actions, the actions that were defined, and establish, as Stephanie said, 2 cross-cutting action lines that may be circular and respond to finance and circular consumption. In order to conclude, I'd like to say that we worked on identifying actors and instruments. The last stage, governance, was defined in 2 levels, a level that would be a more political level, where we would have the undersecretariats that were in charge of strategy, Ministry of Industry, of Economy and Finance, of Agriculture and Livestock, and we also include the Committee on Authorities, the Office of Planning and Budgets. And the second level, where there are 7 working groups corresponding to the different action lines that are being prioritized, we see financing, and it is territorial. That is why we call on governance, because there is a major concern. Territories must continue to work together. The following steps are to initiate governance with public stakeholders, private stakeholders, to develop these priority action lines, to identify and validate early action. As we said, perhaps in June, these are the ones that, in the case of mobility and energy flows, will focus on the excess, or the management of excess products in terms of renewable energies, and then our objective, which will be to take advantage of this in order to provide for the demand. This is Uruguay. Uruguay has an energy network that is strongly sourced. We have renewable energies that make up most of the power grid. So those periods of variability that cause the use of renewable energies, wind, water, and others, offer us moments of production, but we also have those moments where we have deficits. So we are therefore defining for the coming months to work on this. We're thinking of a series of early actions in all pillars. I hope I didn't take too much time. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Laura, for the presentation. Thank you also to Anaí and Stephanie.
Para comentarios y preguntas para este interesante.
We have some questions for this part of the panel. Are there any questions in the chat box? I have a question for Anaí. Anaí, how do you see the implementation of this process, of this diagnosis? How do you see the implementation in priority sectors? What are your strategies and preliminary thoughts regarding these priority sectors? Well, for each sector, we defined lines of work together with the private sector in those working groups that I mentioned earlier. In the case of tires, for example, we are thinking about a more normative approach because it has traceability, there is a evaluation, but there aren't any clear rules. So basically, we need public policy that will establish clear rules. In the case of the textiles, Buenos Aires does not have anything in this regard. There are two that produce new clothes from scrap. There are two companies in Argentina that are able to use this resource, meaning from textile to textile, from industry to industry. There's only two companies that can do that, and that's extremely interesting because it would encourage or discourage the use of landfills and perhaps encourage the reuse of these. And there's also a few resources that can be used by other industries. In textile, we had a third meeting last week where we are working with the National Institute of Technology in Argentina, the INVI. This institute is quite renowned and it works together with the industry, and it has joined the textile sector. They have a specialized department. They have helped in we've developed a survey and we still have a few details to move forward. But what we would like to do is work with the textile sector because we see opportunities, and we're doing this again together with INVI. And last week we had the third meeting and there was significant and interesting participation. Brands and companies that didn't participate last year, but they were present this year, received returns, replies on the survey, and it has been extremely interesting, especially after last week's meeting. In terms of food, Buenos Aires has single-use plastic projects with pending validation, and we're also working on food waste. Buenos Aires has studies made in households, but not in the hospitality or restaurant service. Buenos Aires has significant growth in terms of its restaurants and hospitality, and it's important to take a look at that line as well. It was quite significant to have them participate in the design of the strategy. So yes, we have much to do in terms of the implementation. Thank you very much for your experience. That is Uruguay and Buenos Aires, and you have your roadmap set ahead of you. Yes, Carlos, please. Two questions.
Two questions on instruments. The strategies that you have, are they oriented to producers? Have you thought about that? And what about green products and implementation? Yes. The reality, in my case, it is the autonomous city of Buenos Aires. So for producers, they are more nationally oriented. The aspiration is always to keep it at a national level due to the strategy of the city of Buenos Aires. And we are targeting, in the case of tires, with other lines. There are some other projects in Argentina that are there to get the majority, but they're different. And for the case of textiles, we still do not have anything. The city of Buenos Aires is proposing this line of work, but there's another one that comes from the province of Córdoba. And those are the only two ones that I know best, and we're working with universities to look for those resources and that value chain. In the case of Uruguay, as Luis said, And as I commented before, we have a national strategy for food waste. We have an extended responsibility in the National Plan for Waste Management that is caused by the law on comprehensive waste management in the country. We have many strategies, one for bioeconomics and an action plan that will be soon released. We have a circular economy center that started its operations last month, and we have made many advancements. And that's why it was necessary to integrate the policy, because we had everything done in terms of strategies. We just needed this alignment. With tires, yes, we also have extended responsibility with batteries as well, and with plastics, even more. It's a lot of trouble, but we have made considerable advancements, and also with public procurement. Thank you very much to our panelists. Now we have a 15-minute coffee break, and we will resume for the second part of this panel with specific topics on batteries and retrofit. So let's take 15 minutes for a coffee break, and then we will be meeting back here in the room. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, don Ronson Ferreira. ¿Me escucha bien? Habla Jorge Chávez Speak.
Sí,
¿Me escucha bien? Disculpe.
sí.
Ya, ya. Lo estoy viendo bien en su cámara.
¿Puede me ver?
Sí, lo puedo ver a usted muy claramente.
Ok.
Ya. Esperemos que empiece en unos 15 minutos más la reunión. Están en un coffee en este momento.
Ujú. Ok.
Muchas gracias, don Robson. Buen día.
Gracias.
Hay que volver.
Buenas.
Good afternoon. And please let us begin again. So that we can go into part 2 of today's panel. For those of you who are connected online, or those of you who have recently connected, this is the Inclusive, Sustainable, and Smart City Closing Project. This is panel number 2, which is on circular economy on the electromobility sector. We had a part 1, which was a little more open, which was on subsidies and funding, that is to say, sustainable consumption. Then we had a presentation as a summary of the activities, the main guidelines that have been presented for the mobility sector, including the circularity policies. And then we had the presentations of the roadmaps and strategies for autonomous city of Buenos Aires, as well as from Uruguay. Now we're going to move on with 2 additional entry points for circularity in the mobility sector. And these entry points, these gates, are the management, battery management, especially the second use and recycling of batteries, which come from electromobility, and also the proposal on retrofitting, an analysis of the different bus retrofitting for electromobility once that the retrofitting has been identified as having a possible electric bus for the public transportation at half the price of a new bus, which could accelerate the transition towards electromobility, and at the same time it would allow for a generation of employment and a technological progress. So for us to have a good view of all of these possibilities that I have mentioned, we're going to have 4 presentations. One from Karina Martinez, who is Research Assistant of the Sustainable Development Policies Unit. She's going to be talking about the implementation of batteries in electromobility and their second use. Then we have a presentation from Robson Cruz, who will deliver a presentation from Brazil online on the circularity of electric bus batteries in the city of Sao Paulo. We will then have José Javier Gómez, who is the Economic Affairs Officer from the Sustainable Development Division, who will be talking to us about the potential and the regulation of retrofitting from diesel to electric buses in Latin America and the Caribbean. And lastly, Georgina Chipoleta, who is the Economic Affairs Officer from the Economic Development Division at ECMAC, on the economic impacts of retrofitting buses for electromobility, focusing in the specific case for Costa Rica. Several of these aspects will be considered also for putting together a proposal where we have integrated actually several proposals, and Georgina will be talking about this, also Jose Javier, and we will have some other contributions that we have received. And tomorrow we will see these, because they have all been used in order to provide the technical assistance that was requested from Costa Rica, in the sense of trying to provide policies, suggestion, data collection, in order to accelerate transition towards electromobility in San Jose, Costa Rica, and also some of these experiences which have taken place in this scope, trying to put together propositions, suggestions for public policy. So this is a publication that is currently in the process of editing to be published, and goes from the use of the soil to business models, electrical energy supply, macroeconomic impact, and also legal aspects, carbon analysis, a whole set of analysis that allow for the retrofitting and for electromobility policies in Costa Rica. So the second part will be focusing on batteries and retrofitting. So let us begin, Karina, with you, Karina Martinez, from the Sustainable Development Unit. Let's talk about then the regulation of second-use electromobility batteries, state of the art in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Thank you, Luis, and good afternoon. I'm waiting for my presentation to come up on the screen. And in the meantime, let me tell you that this proposal will be the line of research that we have been working on at the Division of Sustainable Development and Human Settlements. In both cases, as I'm going to say, in both cases with German cooperation. The first part was identifying the integral management of the batteries and how the crucial elements are given for the battery in their first and second life. Basically, she's saying that this is not the presentation. This is the correct presentation. So as I was saying, basically, the data I'm showing here, and I pick up the start of my presentation, the two-stage line of research, first to identify the integral management of lithium batteries, basically those derived from electromobility. This is a line of research where we focus, given the figures of exponential growth of electromobility, and as you see here, by 2050, 78% of the vehicles worldwide will be electric. And as electric mobility increases, also battery production will increase for these vehicles. And so when the vehicle batteries reach the end of their useful life, would be 10, 15 years approximately, they will generate 100 million batteries that will be taken out of operation in the next decade. And in this study, we identified the strengths and weaknesses in the value chain of the electric vehicle batteries, comparing this to the EU and Latin America. And what we identified is that, please note the area in blue. Policies and regulation were the weakest part of the chain in all countries of the region. There was a shortage in terms of the regulation of raw materials, manufacturing, both of the cells, the packs, and the electric vehicles, and specifically the second life reusing of the batteries and their recycling. We also realized in this first analysis that managing these batteries was linked to the management of other types of waste, basically when the vehicle was withdrawn at the end of its useful life. And also there was a connection to the disposal of devices and the disposal of electronic devices, the batteries, either of industrial or household use. In this study, we basically identified recommendations for the end of the useful life of the batteries and the 6 main aspects: increasing the collection rates, focusing on the networks for producer, importers, and traders of this type of battery. And one crucial aspect was the rise or increased traceability. And as you can see here in each one of the recommendations, increased traceability, as I will tell you later on, is done because that will allow us to, in the second life, we know if the battery can be reused or if it can be sent straight to recycling and putting an end to its useful life. And also emphasizing the capacity of reconditioning the batteries for the second life of these batteries, reducing the environmental impact at the recycling plants, and this basically with verifying compliance of environmental laws and also encouraging a reduction of environmental impact in these recycling plants. And also the increased research and R&D for programs and projects that allow the integration of batteries in their second life. All of this information on integral management of batteries is now published. As I was saying, this was stage 1 of the research, this line of research on batteries. And one of the main conclusions that we worked on in a group with representatives of several countries, Uruguay, Argentina, Colombia, and Chile, in order to present to you the conclusions of the study. And we realized that there was a major need with regard to regulation of the batteries for their second life and their recycling. Since one of the conclusions was that the battery, as its capacity drops to 70–80% and it can no longer be used for an electric vehicle, does have other options for either reuse or stationary storage of energy, or lastly sending it to recycling. And in this document, where you have here the QR, there is another aspect in the recycling where you can extract the black mass, which is a subtle, possible business model. But we're not going to get into that because the second stage of this line of research focuses on the urgent need for regulation, so that when all of these batteries of electric vehicles are now entering the market, that they should basically be safeguarded under some sort of regulation. So some second life applications mentioned here, you have the entire list: electric bikes, energy storage systems, or as devices for portable charging, whether in places where there are no chargers. And so now I will speak of the new stage in this research. And basically we focus on the need for regulation for second life management. And for this, we studied the regulations in other regions of the world, basically the EU, China, USA, and Chile. These regulations are applicable to electromobility batteries, and what we found is that most of the norms already in place ensure the safety of the battery. And in the case of the EU, there is one regulation being processed that requires sustainability, performance, security, and recycling. But there are no norms for the second life of the batteries, big or small. In the case of Chile, they are also working on a regulation based on a law on extended responsibility of the manufacturer. And in Latin America, this is what we were able to identify. And here you have a summary of the analysis in a publication that is about to come out. Basically, the electric vehicle battery treatment today are under extended responsibility of the manufacturer as a waste of the vehicle, but at the end of its useful life. One of the aspects that we saw was important is that information in the first life of the batteries, when they're being used in the electric vehicles, is very important, because a lot of these elements, this information about the battery, must be provided in a label and have to do with safety in terms of use, but also their reuse or disposal. And this will mean that based on their chemical composition, they may be given a safe treatment and a second life or recycling. And more detailed information will allow reducing the costs in order to systematize the processes for their reuse, and also certain information that is contained in the label maybe does not necessarily need to be public because there is an issue now with the patents. But when it is commercial information with delicate aspects, the information should only have access limited to persons with legitimate interests, such as, for example, for the repair of the batteries. There are key elements in this proposed regulation that we are devising and that basically six with regard to recycling and or second life of the batteries. The first is establishing requirements for the safety of the batteries in the first life as well as the second. First, because as I was saying, it is important to determine a regulatory framework that will allow subsequent use of the battery when they want to use it. And then in the second life, the regulation must be determined for the stationary use when it's used for energy storage. The second thing is defining the technical information. And for this, the proposal that we are drafting is based on, for the second life, the EU Parliament regulation. And I would like to mention there that this regulation, one of the aspects most highlighted is the traceability of the batteries, for which there's a QR code proposed, this is one of the products in the EU that is beginning to use this sort of digital traceability. It is on the way for other products, but for the time being, the batteries are the most relevant. And this technical information must be made available, as I was saying, during its first life and the second. The third aspect is the implementation regarding the accreditation procedures. This procedure will allow a verification of the compliance of the two elements, safety and technical information. A fourth aspect is the technical requirements so as to assess the possible reuse of the batteries during a second life, and in particular here for energy storage stationary. And there, the reference is the norm for the assessment of or the reuse of batteries in the US. A fifth element is a procedure for verification of compliance of the norm of the previous paragraph, the technical requirements, and lastly, the inclusion of targets for collection and recycling, as well as defined norms for the extent and responsibility of the manufacturer. And so, with those 6 elements as a basis, the proposed regulation will soon be available on the website of the platform. And I would like to mention some of the conclusions that, as I said, has been a line of research on the technical as well as regulatory aspects. The transition towards decarbonization will imply an increased demand for these electromobility batteries, and so therefore there's going to be a rise in the use of raw materials associated to the manufacturing. And as electric vehicles also increase in number around the world, these batteries may, at the end of their useful life, be an issue if there is no appropriate disposal. And so it is estimated the greater use of the raw materials of value in case of reuse could give rise to a development of the circular economy and allow for a more efficient use of these raw materials. So therefore, moving ahead with the reuse of the batteries within the framework of appropriate recycling and also a possible second life will allow reducing the demand for new resources.
Therefore, it's urgent to develop regulations for these batteries deriving from electromobility so that what we were talking about with the working group will have a greater impact. This regulation should have a regional application. The proposal with a regulatory framework for the use of electromobility batteries is the result of the existing regulations that were reviewed. Therefore, it will be an open proposal which could be adapted to any country that is interested. That is all for me. I've concluded, and the publication will be available on the platform's website and also on our division. Thank you very much, Karina, for your contribution. After this general view of the electromobility batteries, their second use or recycling, it's interesting to be able to advance towards a more practical perspective of how this could work in practice. And we have the example of the city of São Paulo there. Perhaps that would be a good idea. Robson Cruz, I believe you're online. Are you there?
¿Todo bien? Y entonces, Robson, gracias.
Okay, Robson, so thank you for joining us today. Robson will be talking about the circularity of the electric bus batteries in São Paulo. I believe he could speak. English or Spanish, please. No Portuguese. We don't have interpreting from Portuguese to Spanish. Apologies for that. So you have both options, and I would like to thank your presence here at this debate. 15 minutes, you have the floor.
Thank you for the presentation and for the invitation to discuss a very important topic for our society and our region. So just let me know if my screen is shared with you. Please just confirm.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. So the project name is the Circularity for Batteries applied for e-buses in São Paulo City. And for today, I have this agenda in order to share with you the project objective, the general background, the methodology sought for this project, the main outcomes and conclusions once the project is still running. So, first of all, the project objective is related to identifying the possibilities and limitations of the circularity applied for e-buses, specifically for the use, the life cycle, the second life, recycling and disposal of the São Paulo City ecosystem. So in this way, the main stakeholder for this project is the City Hall, considering the project led by CEPAL and the technical execution by Barassi Cruz, that is a consulting firm. It's important to mention as a general background, the regulation, the criteria for battery end of life, and also the business models are important aspects to be considered. The first one, in terms of regulation, we have plenty of regulation. General ones relate to lithium-ion batteries for electronics, tablets, computers, and also in some regions, regulations specific for recycling in the electrical vehicles scope, and also for the second life batteries. And the EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, also for this scope, and also the recycling efficiency that deals with some targets. And when we take a look at the countries and regions, we see certain maturity related to China. For Japan and South Korea, an intermediate stage, such as Europe, as Karina shared with us, United States, with some spread regulations in different institutional levels, and considering Brazil, there is regulations for lithium-ion batteries, but for electronic appliance. Also, for the end-of-life criteria, one can say that the degradation mechanisms are quite complex. That means this brings some doubts regarding the exact moment that we can declare the end of life. And so far, according to the technical specifications, the best indicator that the community, the technical firms, the UOMs has been proposing as an indicator, it's the so-called state of health. But even with this indicator, we should define the limits. Once we have the transition between the first life and some limits are necessary to be defined, and going to the second life, also for operational safety and functional safety, we have also to define the limits for this stage. Taking this example for this literature, it's declared that the average, the first life or the first life end of life, it's around 8%, and above 4%, we have a repurposing, and below 4%, we have a recycling process. These are theoretical limits, and changing the chemical composition, changing some specifications as form factors, and so on, it's not possible to have a very precise number. So that's the importance to establish some range or limits. And also for business model, to establish a circularity chain and take into account the São Paulo city case with very low volumes. If we compare it with Shenzhen in China, for instance, it's necessary to define very in a precise way the actors, the new ways to have business, and also the government role. And taking in consideration this background, the project was split in 3 main pillars. The first one as a revision, taking the circular economy perspective in the e-bus scope, but also analyzing the challenge that deals with the better management and the EOL definition. And the number 2, the pillar number 2, parameters identification that deals with what are the KPIs in an operational way that we should be, these KPIs should be defined to have this management. And as a last step, the business model characterization and also the implementation plan that brings recommendations for the City Hall. Some main outcomes, as I said before, the project is still running. The main point is starting with actors definition. that in the São Paulo case, we have a process coming from the pack assembler, passing through the pack tester, transportation and storing, the OEM, the customer number 2, the second life OEM or operator, the customer number 2, and recycler. Taking this flow, identifying these actors, it's necessary to establish, and this is running this discussion, to establish the parameters and responsibilities that in the São Paulo case, depending on the business model, could be the bus operator, the asset manager, or even not in São Paulo, but applying Brazil, the city hall. So it's sought the EPR or better owner centered in the OEM. And this means for responsibilities along the chain, we have some status for compulsory responsibility or optional, and also for parameters defining the state of health as a main KPI to have these statements of the end of life for first life and also for the second life coming to the recycling process. And also for parameters in terms of recycling, some to have recycled content demonstrated or presented as an initial stage. Also, it's necessary to have some coupling with the current legislation. So it's necessary to have a management of this technical parameter, as I'm explaining here, the state of health, and some requirements are important. For example, to have at disposal or available the parameter. It's not common in buses or electric vehicles to check as a gauge what is the level of health of the battery. So there are some ways, even using the telemetry or using the automotive scanner to collect this data as a KPI to be managed. Also, in terms of documentation or regulation, the city has a municipal plan for solid waste management, and also there is a national plan. And it's important to make some appointments regarding the partners for inverse logistics or second life application, repairing and recycling, to define the partners that should be considered. And also to have agreement with the ecosystem and these important stakeholders, what is the limits to be defined regarding the end of life. Some main conclusions, as said, there is no regulation that can help the establishment of the circular chain. There is a chance as a starting point to take the national plan for solid waste and also to consider some specific addressing for electric vehicles batteries. As I mentioned before, it's declared, is documented, but only for electrical or electronic appliances as computers, cell phones, and so on. It's important to remark the matter of battery owner. This can bring some challenge to define the application and responsibility for the second life, and also for a scenario with very low volumes. São Paulo has been expecting to have until end of this year, around 2,600 electric buses. It's a very low volume if we compare with more mature markets. It's important to define the business model and even take into account with government incentives. And it's crystal clear that some regulation should be discussed with the three spheres: the city, the state, and the federal government. So with that, I finish my presentation. Thank you for attention. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Hobson, for providing us with a practical overview, a specific one regarding battery circularity. After the presentation of Karina on the regulation for those batteries, therefore your practical approach completed the conceptual information provided by Karina. Now we will do the same thing, but with retrofit. We will have a presentation from Jose Javier Gomez, where he will talk about the potential and regulation of diesel-operated buses retrofit. And then we will have the presentation from Georgina, giving us a practical case from Costa Rica in terms of how retrofit would behave from an economic point of view. So Georgina will be giving us a real example for the case of Costa Rica. It's the same methodology for retrofit right now. And for that, I would like to invite Jose Javier to take the floor. Thank you very much, Jose Javier, for your time. Jose Javier Gomez is an economic affairs officer of DDSAH of ECLAC, and he will talk about the potential and regulation of diesel-operated buses retrofit to electrical buses in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. I don't know if everyone knows what retrofit actually means. Otherwise, I will just give you a refresher. Retrofit is something quite simple. It means changing up the power system of a vehicle from an internal combustion system that can be diesel or gas to an electrical system. You remove the engine, you put an electrical engine, and you include batteries. So charging will feed the electrical engine. That is basically retrofit, no more than that. There can be more or less sophisticated retrofits where the body can be kept. You can add air conditioner, Wi-Fi, a party room, whatever you want. But you can do a very radical retrofit, or you can simply keep the vehicle as it is. You won't realize it has been implemented, but you just change the power system. So after I have talked about retrofit, I will tell you a story explaining why we got into the regulatory framework of retrofit. The benefits of retrofit have to do mostly, and here I want to be very honest regarding circular economy. This was the last thing within our priority list when working with retrofit. We were mostly attracted by the lower investment costs. Our only interest had to do with making electromobility a cheaper thing. And we started with a specific case in a city where the attempt of promoting electromobility had been hindered because importing buses from China was very costly and it had impossible fares for the city. Therefore, the project was left in the middle. With this, we explored what happened with electromobility and retrofit, especially in Chile. And we saw that retrofit provided benefits. It implied lower investment costs. And apart from being an imported bus, where there's nothing local in the production process, there was local investment, there were employment positions given, and we were in the middle of the pandemic back then, and these things were needed. Giving employment was needed. And it also allowed to train people, because if you want to transform a vehicle, you need to go into the system of the vehicle itself. So you start learning what an electrical vehicle is. With this, we started training people for the future of the vehicles, which is basically electrical. And since the vehicle is the same and the only difference lies in the engine, these are vehicles that are used to move around the streets of the cities and towns of Latin America. That was an additional advantage. And at the same time, the parts are the regular parts that is being used already. And finally, regarding circular economy, we know that it is very important today. And as you know, it allows to reduce the number of waste and scrap because you use the chassis and other parts of the vehicle. And that contributes to circular economy. After looking into all of these advantages and knowing that it was compatible to import vehicles from the outside or with countries that had the capability of manufacturing vehicles, we wanted to see what happened with retrofit. And for that, we talked with a company from Chile called Ribor that is providing retrofitted buses, and that was selling them in mine sites, which is private areas, not public spaces, to help in the commuting of workers from the mine sites. And this is very important to notice because these are very hostile environments with a lot of dust, and buses are responding well. Then there was some news on television, and it's quite interesting because informal reconversions starting taking place. There was a company that became very prestigious and successful doing light vehicle reconversions, not buses. And they became famous because it implied a considerable savings for people. An electrical vehicle consumes much less than gas-operated vehicle. And many people switching their vehicles for a low cost, and they moved from fossil fuel operated vehicles to electrical vehicles. And they became so popular thanks to television, and that this poor guy had some problems because the government prohibited this practice. Because every year vehicles in Chile have to go and obtain permit, and they have to be checked, and therefore retrofitted vehicles could not obtain that permit, and retrofit for vehicles was prohibited in Chile. And we realized that there was a lack of a regulatory framework that allowed the homologation of those reconverted vehicles to operate in public spaces. It was as simple as that. A regulatory framework was needed for those vehicles to drive around public areas. They could be used in private sites such as mines, but not in the public areas. And we started looking at the situation of other countries in Latin America. And actually, retrofit is tolerated in other countries of Latin America, and it is almost legal. But after speaking to some people, there is a Latin American Association of Retrofitting, and they told us that the regulatory framework is important because first, it protects your safety. Because in the end, you're working with high power, especially in buses. Many times, if it is raining, a bus goes through a tunnel and then all the passengers are electrocuted. That is the worst advertisement to promote electromobility. And it creates fear in the population. So it's not a good way to do that. There is an important security and safety issue involved, and it has to be protected with good regulations. That's why it is important to have a regulation in place. But that is not the only important thing. There are interesting sectors. For instance, taxis or other sectors that can be a source, an object of funding, even private vehicles. And when there is no regulation behind, the funding system is not quite willing to promote that kind of funding. Therefore, regulatory frameworks open up the doors to financing and also insurance. The insurance sector many times does not want to insure those vehicles because of a lack of knowledge. However, when there is a regulation in place, that vehicle is homologated and it has the guarantee of the state in terms of its safety, in terms of its proper reconversion, and it can be used for those vehicles. Taking all those things into account, we made a regulatory proposal. It is published in ECLAC. We published it in 21. Chile, well, there is a proposal from Chile that came out in 2022, a decree of the Ministry of Transport that is currently stuck in the controllership department. We followed it. We did some follow-up to see how the process is going. There's still conversations between the ministry and the controllership office. And we're expecting it to be published because if it is passed in Chile, it could be important for other countries to copy. The proposal that we published has to do mostly with safety issues. Security and safety is the most important issue in this aspect. It is a simple regulation. We wanted for it not to include elements that could create artificial barriers for competition. It is a regulation that allows from SMEs to artisanal systems to compete when talking about transforming a vehicle. It is based on existing regulations, mostly in the European Union and China, and it is also a proposal that is a general proposal, not for a specific country. So afterwards, each country can adapt it to its own institutional and regulatory framework based on their needs. So we looked at the initial situation. We realized that the lack of an existence of a regulatory framework was the most important thing, and we made that regulatory framework available for anyone that needed it. And that's the end of the story. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for talking about the state-of-the-art of regulations for retrofit. And as we did previously with batteries, now Georgina Chipoleta will present a specific case study of how that transformation could be done in a specific country. In this case, it is Costa Rica. Georgina Chipoleta, thank you very much. She is an economic affairs officer from DDE ECLAC, and she will talk about economic impacts of retrofit in buses for electromobility, presenting the case of Costa Rica. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I wanted to tell you a little bit about this work. This is a work that arises as a technical assistance from the government of Costa Rica due to its national decarbonization plan for 2050. One of the most important accesses that it has was the renewal of the fleet of buses towards a more sustainable transportation, where the requester was Mideplan to look at the effects and the investments to see how profitable or it could be, or how easy it could be to fund it, particularly with some of the characteristics of this type of transportation, concessions, and regulations in the buses of Costa Rica that is different from the largest countries in Latin America, specifically regarding subsidies that are not reflected in the same manner.
So in the division, in the Unit for Development and Funding, in the Economic Development Division, together with my colleague Marcos Adam from Costa Rica, in different stages during 2018, when we got the first request and a whole set of requests for continuity on technical assistance on these topics with several different components. What I would like to do then now is well, always with the support of the German cooperation, GIZ, because this was an environmental driver first, and then CC, Inclusive, Sustainable, and Smart Cities, which is the project event phase that we're carrying out right now. And I would like to apologize ahead of time because I'm going to go quite fast, and I will be talking about something that is quite tense, because this is the first of a whole set of studies that have been published, and it's quite a thick booklet, and it includes the methodology, all the data, and we were developing this as more components were requested. Some of the things that they requested: the possibility for importing these vehicles. We needed to analyze the impact that this would have in the country, how they were going to be funded, and if simply to import them from China, because Costa Rica does not produce buses. And then, given the results that we got, then they asked us to see what could be done regarding the possibility of retrofitting, which I will be talking about reconverting, retrofitting, basically referring always to the same concept. But this study, just to simplify this, is made up of 3 pillars. The first part has to do with the assessment of the financial component, how profitable this could be. Here, mostly we use a traditional methodology, which is TCO, total cost of ownership, TCO, which is the methodology that is normally used. What about, or what is the innovation that we have carried out here in ECLAC for this study? Is basically to include a new methodology that we have called regulated TCO, because we can see that in the studies review that already existed in the past, the information was not complete. That meant that it used the traditional methodology, but it did not include a very important characteristic of the Costa Rican reality, which is the regulation process, the regulatory process. So for this process, we have information from many different institutions within Costa Rica that have made it easy for us to have access to those regulations, like TESEP, as well as MINAE. All of these institutions, MOP, the National Institute for Learning, the Central Bank, the financial sector, all contributed with information to carry out this study. And in this part, it was critical to consider the data, the actual data coming from ARACEP. We were able to assess the methodology for the regulation. And just to summarize this regulation is called the authorized cost, which means there is an inclusion, a recognition for the operators, which is larger than 10%, and the revenue due to depreciation, which affects the cost, and therefore it will impact the whole economic evaluation of this financial component. And I will explain that a little bit later, but as a conclusion, I can say that this regulated financial TCO gives us some indicators related to profitability. These figures start becoming positive, which is something that was not done before, but that's because we have included all reality, the numbers that actually exist in Costa Rica. Let's also consider that there is a law in Costa Rica, 9518, which establishes that every 2 years, 5% of the fleet has to be renewed. So operators obviously are under a lot of pressure in order to achieve this implementation and to make sure that this is actually fundable. We have also evaluated a economic feasibility component. And here ECLAC innovated, including social prices and a whole set of indicators, or rather instruments for economic policies, because we wanted to evaluate whether it was economically efficient to include all of these buses, not only from the financial point of view. So we have also included then an assessment with economic price and also with evaluation of the externalities and the use of the price without a distortion, that is to say discount rate and other externalities like the reduction of CO2, among others. So in this pillar, then, the key lies in achieving or capturing, considering these economic variables based on the type of technology and reinvesting them, yes, in order to be able to fund this, or rather self-funding the project, but also to be supplemented with other policies that are alternatives in order to facilitate this funding without affecting the national budget, but also collaborating with the social budgets, because in the end, in the case of Costa Rica, this is usually translated into an increase in costs, and therefore it impacts directly the fare and therefore the wallets of our users. That's the way that the system has been put together. We also consider here the fares with these components. Now, what happens when we put together this economic evaluation? We saw that it was profitable, but by including these new factors, we were able to see that it became profitable even earlier. And lastly, another important pillar here is the macroeconomic assessment. The innovation that we have here in the ECLAC study is to try and see the results of the different linkings, of the different stringing in the economy, starting from the use of electrical buses, how this impacts employment, the gross domestic product, all other official data. And in this section, we tried to use a cluster approach, which I will explain later on a little bit better. And contrasting then the transportation sector, because it could be electromobility then, either by importing the vehicles or also considering retrofitting or importing retrofitted buses. That is to say, we can do our own domestic retrofitting or importing them already retrofitted. Or also new buses, probably imported directly from China. So, as a conclusion, the import of these electrical buses is a little bit linked to the economy from point to point, and this affects the balance of payments. And it is worthwhile, even if the country chooses to import buses, or that the companies decide to import electrical buses, it is highly recommendable to support them with the reconversion processes or retrofitting processes because of everything that Jose Javier explained before. And in this case, we have also looked into the possibilities of evaluating the regulation used in Costa Rica as part of the technical support that has been provided, but also a cluster or a retrofit cluster with different sectors and coordinations between different industries.
Contarles cómo empezamos el primer pilar.
So the first pillar, we need to transform, we need to evaluate how many buses we actually have in the city of San Jose. And it also considered evaluating different scenarios. Conceptualization scenario, which has not yet been approved, but there is a possibility of changing the public transportation system, which implies a certain loss or reduction in the number of buses, and that had to be considered, and obviously with everything else that I have just been telling you on the change that is required in the law in order to renew the fleet every 5% every 2 years. Obviously, the savings because of the diesel consumption when substituting the fuel source, and there are other details, like for example, for 2055, we can see savings in fuel of around $61 million a year, and the same thing in terms of the reduction of greenhouse gases, where we can see, and just to give you an example of the estimation, by 2055, we could have some savings due to the reduction of greenhouse gases of $6.8 million a year. And we're actually being quite conservative because we have a price that we believe could be higher in the future. And then this creates other topics that were also addressed in the project, which is the possibility of having future revenues as a compensation thanks to the certification in the reduction of emissions. In the financial analysis, regulated with this data, we also evaluated the fair revenues, the different types of technologies, conversion, diesel and new electrical vehicles. Costs, again, and also the concession of the public transportation routes are at an authorized cost, which includes depreciation and profitability margin. And here we have estimated the cost going from year 1 to year 15 according to the technology. The result then of all of these analyses and these yearly costs have allowed us to conclude that when importing new electrical buses, we can create a larger cost when compared against importing diesel buses in the flow of the whole financial scenario, including maintenance, etc. The largest cost when importing these electrical buses is that they would be transferred to the user through the fare, having then a distributive negative impact because the ones that access this kind of transportation are the most vulnerable inhabitants which use this transportation more. Therefore, there's a distributive effect that needs to be considered. Conversion minimizes that impact on the fares of the buses because it allows for lower cost, but it also allows for reactivation and environmental objectives.
And then we move on to the economic comparability, not only the financial side, but the economic one. And here we have both parts. On the first, cost incrementally financed with 11.4%, and in the second case, with the incremental economic cost, with a discount of 8.1%. In terms of the financial costs, we can see how this compares the useful life, 15 years, and how the incremental cost for the acquisition and operation over time. And you see that for a 15-year useful life, the green line, a converted bus, the green line, represents a cost of approximately $420,000 at the end of that period. And if it's electric, this would ascend to $558,000, more than 138. The difference with the other sort of bus. And in the case of diesel, this would be $472,000, which, although it's less than the electric one, it's more when reconverted. So, as I said, here you can see the economic costs, where the intent is to adopt cost and externality with the use of fuel and correct here the possible market distortions. And then, since the retrofitting is more profitable, as you can see on the right, that is to say, reconversion is more efficient. It leads to the saving of foreign currency and creates employment. I'm not going to bore you with this, but basically the idea is for you to see that we also assessed this with real data from companies. We don't say which ones they are, but how could these tariffs be modified with these various substitutions, if they were imported electric buses or the retrofitted ones. Now, obviously, the tariffs, when you convert, when the buses are retrofitted, they are comparable to the conventional diesel technology. And if to this you add savings in fuel, the impact should be even less. As to the economic and financial instruments, a series of tests that we carried out of including alternatives to go reducing these costs or creating funds that could help finance and so on and so on. And then once again, the reconverting of buses stands better off. We can see the chains back and forwards, and I will not dwell on this either. The study explains it more clearly, but basically these are the results that I was sharing with you. That of course, by fostering productivity in the country through growth, endogenous capital formation, this strengthens the chains, and of course it is a more tempting alternative. And also we did a micro simulation of the substitution based on input product ratio, and also we assessed different scenarios, and once again the results, and here we see them with the amounts and also the opportunities. This was the micro simulation, and the opportunities for the Costa Rican economy, assessing what has happened with the GDP, if it could affect it, and of course assessing whether the acquisition of electric buses is or not the best alternatives, better than retrofitting, and if they are acquired and export, what is produced, she corrects herself, she said, if what is produced as retrofitting in the country, part of this can be exported to neighboring countries, for example, then of course that is an even better alternative and in terms of employment and others. Now, coming to the end of the paper, we assessed how Costa Rica could be seen as a retrofitting cluster because this was an alternative, an interesting alternative, and considering what players were involved, how should they behave, how should they coordinate, what has been done in other countries, how could they do this with the local institutions, either government, but also private enterprise, development banking, the company that already exists, for example, for the recycling of batteries, which is another topic, and so on. And the workshops, how they could be integrated to this investment and development phase for the inclusion of retrofitting in the country. So this is the interinstitutional relations. Of course, further details in the document to be published, and here we have the different tasks, roles, and this necessary coordination for policies and action within the retrofitting cluster framework for this activity by the industry, supports by the government, and all the sectors involved for a better operation of the entire system. And then lastly, say that throughout the possible implementation of retrofitting, there are challenges, yes, but also opportunities for Costa Rica. Capturing the co-benefits or collecting payments for environmental services, possibility of having a new economic policy, including aspects of the transport and environmental sectors. This is an opportunity, and Costa Rica has already had successful cases in terms of industrial policy. This would not be unusual. And we've seen the free zones have been very successful in the naval industry. There is certain experience, there is a certain history, and retrofitting, as we were saying, Jose Javier, as well as some of the other speakers, have highlighted how this offers benefits in other areas. The financial sectors, reduction of GHGs, and entire chain. So retrofitting is already a reality in many countries. It would not be the first time because we too assess the costs and so on. The suppliers that were doing retrofitting in Europe, in North America, but also in Latin America. And there are cases that are beginning to work. And what's needed is the regulatory aspect. It is a challenge, but following the lines, the loss of foreign currency is reduced. This, of course, is a summary, and it leads to endogenous technological development, gross capital formation, and of course, the passengers would also benefit because they'd have better quality buses, because retrofitting, as I was saying, can consider buses as beautiful as the imported one or even more. So there would be great benefits all round. And of course, the overall tariffs would be lower. And so the space for alternative financing is there. It is significant to have this possible reconversion national cluster. And hopefully this would be done to show the bounties of all this in terms of the emission reduction, and we assess this in Costa Rica, so hopefully we're there waiting to hear what other news there is. And of course, there is much space in terms of challenges, space for coordination of the entire chain, the inputs, financing, and the country can enhance the integration of the retrofitting cluster by fostering this gross endogenous capital formation, and at the same time offer other instruments for the internalization and facilitation, inclusion, adoption of electric buses in the country, and continue to work on the local retrofitting capacity and coordinating the policies, developing instruments for the financial sector, the insurance sector, and they were talking previously. And well, we as ECLAC, we were collaborating technically on this, and now the ball is in the other court. And so, well, we just wait and will encourage for the goal to be made. So thank you very much. And any detail, well, there's our emails if you need further information, and all of this will also be published on the platform and the ECLAC website. Thank you. Thank you, Georgina, for that contribution. And so now, in this part of the panel, we've talked about the two gates or doors that could facilitate and advance with circularity policies in mobility. And so, we've had a very broad view of the possibilities of crossing those two agendas, electromobility and circularity policies, and also aiming towards a new phase of cooperation between ECLAC and German cooperation on circular economy policies. And so now I would like to ask if anyone has any question or anyone has a wish to clarify a point. Please, Laura. So, two reflections really on everything that we've seen today. That did create a bit of noise in my mind. One has to do with developing transport alternatives and then increase the restrictions with places for parking. There was mention of that sort of incentive or counter incentives. And I think it is very important to consider the temporalities. And maybe this is a conflict to bear in mind in future. And the other thing is with regard to the smart cities. Today there was talk about this, and maybe because I come from a rural area, or practically rural area, where I know that the use of technology is not that universal today, although the pandemic did oblige us to do many things. So we must be a bit careful in terms of not being discriminatory of a society or citizens, if you like, that maybe do not yet have that sort of capacity. And also these are the temporalities, beginning first with having the capacities to be able to carry out the smart city with and do so intelligently. And lastly, not forget that at least in Uruguay, but also I would say worldwide, we have a population that is each day growing older and also has restrictions in the use of technology and also transport in both things. So bear that in mind. Maybe it does not sound important, but it is of concern to me, and I think that this has a lot to do with inclusion and mobility. Well, those were my thoughts. Well, thank you very much, Laura. And now I have 3 questions that came in via YouTube. One, I believe, is for Georgina. Is there any assessment of the efficiency of a fleet of buses that went through your organization? Well, in reality, yes, it does exist. And then afterwards, I saw There was nothing there in the region. It had its cases, but in the case of Chile, it was reborn when we had the opportunity of talking to them, of showing what was happening, that they were doing, and to demystify what it meant to do these processes from a more technological viewpoint.
Más técnico, ellos iban contando todos los procedimientos y por supuesto en un momento
they were talking about the procedures, and part of the presentation was an assessment of efficiency. Yes, they do that, and they were doing well. It's profitable. They were seeking to sell, and they were doing well. Thank you, Georgina. There's another question that I think I can answer myself. Many countries have specific taxes on fuel. And in your presentation, it would seem that they're not included. It's not in the presentation, but when we carried out the studies to accelerate towards electromobility in Costa Rica, we studied all the effects, the economic effects, where it was contemplated. So I don't know if maybe you can send us your contact, and then perhaps we could look at it more in detail. The macroeconomic impacts of the reduction of taxes, electromobility, the taxes on fuel, on gasoline, would not be a significant barrier. It would be a low impact. It wouldn't be a significant barrier for maintenance. And in that case, we would have to consider that there are other positive effects on the payment balance for fossil fuels, and of course for the selling of carbon credits, which would compensate the situation with the taxes. And perhaps we could, if you leave us your contact, we can delve into that. And finally, we have Fernando, who has a comment. In my honest or humble opinion, I feel that between the central government and the power plant operators, they should join forces and do proper governance. That is Fernando's comment. Thank you very much, and thank you for all other comments. Are there any other questions? Franco? Thank you very much for the presentations today. That's very interesting, circular economy applied to electromobility. How can we apply strategies or organize strategies and regulations for circular economy so that they can be found within a holistic framework to encourage the use of private cars? Or can we use circular economy as a way to continue to reinforce the use of private electric cars? Are there any mechanisms, or do you think that perhaps the circular economy can be used not to encourage the use of or foster the use of cars, private cars, but to perhaps promote the use of electric buses, articulated buses, or some other form of electromobility or last mile delivery? Would anyone like to reply? Javier? Well, it is part of the initiatives. In the case of Buenos Aires, it is a line of work that I showed you previously. In the Sustainable Mobility Plan, there are 5 axes: safety, customization, and the metropolitan aspect. In that sense, The city of Buenos Aires in the last few years, in terms of circular economy, with this idea of the transportation sector, time, and time use, effective time use for the passenger. We have the case of, for example, of the metro bus in the main access points to the city of Buenos Aires, like 9 de Julio or en El Bajo. Their exits to quick mobility, they connect the AMBA. These are some of the cases that we've seen in Buenos Aires and that we continue working on. There are two, and then there's another one in Santa Fe, and progressively we continue to foster this circularity. And we have the bicycle lanes. We're also working on those, also related to the smart cities. What doesn't make sense, though, is to replicate all of the problems of congestion with, mixing internal combustion and electric cars. That wouldn't make sense. And there's a curious case in Norway, where Norway has been so successful with the electrification of their fleet that they've had to go back because they were electrifying or promoting private electric vehicles, and that wasn't working. So what they've done is they've taken away subsidies and assistance, which was, for example, not paying tolls or parking for free, and many of these incentives. So what they've done is they've backtracked in order for the policies be that to promote the use of public transportation. But these electromobility policies must go hand in hand with discouraging the use of private transportation. Thank you, Luis. I really want to congratulate you for this excellent panel, where aside from hearing you, we learned so much, and we learn about the integration of all these topics. I have a question that someone asked a couple of days ago, which was at an individual level. So this conversation is more macro, but they asked me at an individual level, if you asked me what I could do to personally reduce my impact, they said, what would you recommend? And I said, well, I would recommend that you get out of your car, take public transportation, and politically push to improve public transportation. When I was listening to the debate, I think that these debates are bringing this internal clash that we have as a society between a model that we've all adopted and that we need to get out of, and a new model. So it's a different model that requires that we change this romantic vision. And in Latin America, 40% of our mobility, or 50%, is still public. We need to strengthen it further. So it's more of a comment than a question. Thank you very much. As Jose Javier mentioned, there are subsidies and benefits. The idea is to, well, originally there was an incentive to use the cars during what we call pico y placa, during traffic hour. And we need to consider active electromobility. Thank you. It is almost 6 p.m. Our commitment was to close the debate. I'm going to leave the panel with 3 takeaways, 3 points. One is the importance of the economic diagnosis, the importance of the material flows as a first step to build circular economy. It is something that was stressed in both experiences, and we need to define the governance arrangements to repeat this, the development of strategies to the implementation. Governance is not something we should leave aside in discussing circularity. And it's important to rethink recyclability and the reuse of batteries, because it is much more consistent for this transition to electromobility, and accelerate the regulation of retrofitting. Well, it's important we enable more garages or workshops, shops for this, for retrofitting the batteries in the vehicles. So thank you all very much. Thank you to all those of you who joined us online via streaming. This has been a very productive day, and I believe there's a series of guidelines that follow the initial presentation with the guidelines for circularity policies and mobility. So we can leave this, and we will be taking strategies to continue the path and further advance in this transition. We have experiences that are very interesting, strong, indicative of the direction to be taken, and this allows us to further expand our efforts in the next 2 to 3 years. Thank you all very much. Thank you for staying until this time, and I'd like to invite you to join us tomorrow for the panels on the promotion of electric mobility, the production chain, and natural resources. Thank you.